Hey, hold on. We're in a holding pattern. Sorry, I was getting New York. Completely unprepared. There we go. That's better. Welcome in. Happy Friday to you. A West Coast biased edition of Primetime. Sorry, the comedian that Luke had. He's a big Mets fan. So we started. Anytime you meet a Mets fan, there's certain fandoms that you share a certain level of misery with. I'm guessing if you're a Patriot fan and you meet another Patriot fan, it's whatever. You're here's another Super Bowl. But if you're a Pirates fan, if you're a Mets fan, if you're a long-suffering franchise and you meet another person across the country, there's an instant sort of brotherhood bond. You're Luke was hey, Sook's a diehard Mets fan, and I was yeah, I'm sorry, man. I feel your pain.
Your best player may or may not even want to be there.
Well,
that's where things are.
He's getting $700 million. So if you get $700 million, I will never understand that for the life of me. If you're Juan Soto, you have 700 million reasons to not be a bitch. It's not that hard. Sometimes athletes, this goes for rich people in general, and it's one of those things where. Just because you're rich doesn't mean that you don't have problems, you don't have feelings, but you should have some general awareness that you should probably tone it down a notch or two.
Yeah.
No one wants to hear that the guy with $700 million is grumpy, especially when you chose to be there with the $700 million.
It lasted a third of the season. Where it was he seems like he wants to be traded. It's he just signed a deal. What is happening? He was pouting, and now it does. Towards the end of the year, it got a little better. Yeah. But he spent a good third of the year where you go, his body language sucks. He wants no part of being a Met. Oh, how long ago did he sign? Was he drafted by them? Oh, no. He signed just last month.
Ayuk had that
2 months ago.
I mean, you're a Niner guy. The Niners seem like a pretty good organization. What the hell happened with Ayuk?
I have no idea.
That dude literally that is one of the great sports meltdowns. It just was away from the we got to watch Antonio Brown meltdown, but that was on field. Ayuk had a Antonio Brown meltdown. It just
behind the scenes.
It was behind the scenes. And no one knows what happened. He just decided to not show up and give away $70 million.
He was rehabbing, and then for people who don't know, and then he just stopped communicating in any way, shape, or form with anyone in the organization, so they couldn't talk to him. And then he posts an Instagram video. I believe it was Instagram. It was a social media. Going 100-something miles an hour past the 49ers stadium while not talking to anyone in the organization. No. It literally is kind of the Kanye, Mike Tyson zone of just anything is possible. He walked away, and what people don't understand, they then were able to void his contract.
Yeah.
His guarantees, everything.
It was $70 million.
Given what he's done now, his next deal is going to be incentive-laden, and maybe he can make 10 to 15 million next year.
It's kind of crazy.
But he absolutely unequivocally punted on at least $65 million. It's insane.
Yeah.
It is weird that you have these stars, and it's the rarefied air of not right, not totally right, or super entitled, where it doesn't matter how much you're getting paid. You may or may not show up. You may or may not be interested. It's how, and by the way, do you know how good an athlete you have to be? That it's I don't practice. I show up at some of the games. Yeah. If it's a run play, I tell the guy across from me, hey, let's not go too hard here. There's a run play. I don't even try. And it's let's still sign this dude.
Yeah. Kyle Shanahan said that he said, I've been coaching 20 whatever years ago. I've never seen anything like it. Teammates. I think it was with Juwan Jennings, who's trying to get paid. Someone asked Juwan Jennings about it. He's I don't know, man. He goes, aren't you friends with him? He's yeah, I don't. He's I don't know. He hasn't talked to me either. I don't recall something like that. And yet it doesn't get a lot of coverage. One, I think the 49ers just kept winning. And two, because it was away, and maybe he wasn't as well known as some of the others. But, you got T.O. had his meltdown. Brown had a meltdown. I'm trying to think of who else.
Randy Moss has had his share of issues.
Moss, but he just was so good.
Well, here, you know what the real reason is? I can tell you the real reason it didn't get as much coverage. most of America just assumed Brandon Ayuk was hurt because everyone with the 49ers is hurt. It's like, oh, that's their 8th star that's missing? Who cares? Had that been CeeDee Lamb, and it's a good point by you. Had that been CeeDee Lamb, had that been A.J. Brown, given what's gone on with the Eagles, where he just walks away and no one sees him, and then he goes 100 miles an hour past the stadium on social media, that would have led ESPN for days. And instead, because Ayuk is kind of an underrated star in his own right, no one made a big deal about it. But I do think part of it was the Niners have 9 guys out, so people just assumed he's just not healthy yet, which may or may not even be true. He may have been 100% ready to come back and just been like, screw it.
How much money do you need to officially go insane? Like, what is the threshold of you just, or is insanity, does the insane nature of it just take over because it's fame? Like, is it fame or is it money that causes you to just have an absolute assed-out meltdown? Because I get Kanye. The guy's got like $1 billion, and he's been on a heater for like 20 years, and he's like, whatever. Now, I didn't see the Nazi thing coming, but like I understand a certain level of fame. Michael Jackson at some point, like, you just I kind of get that. You reach a certain point where you're so famous and no one has told you the truth or questioned anything you've said in like 2 decades.
I know the exact floor of this.
Yeah, where is
the exact floor of
this? It's like
this.
the crazy hot matrix. Where do we cross that line?
The exact floor of this is Sebastian Telfair. He was a legend, super, super young in New York.
Sure.
So you're like, in New York basketball scene. So you're like a god as a 13-year-old kid playing at like Rucker Park, right? You are a legend.
Yeah.
Wasn't that great into his late teens, but because he was such a legend, I think Portland actually drafted him.
Yeah.
And he played in Portland, floundered. He made $19.5 million. Yeah. And he acted a fool while he was in the league. Yeah, do you know that recently?
Yeah,
recently.
I've seen the videos.
Okay.
He like lives in the projects.
He did like an MTV Cribs type of his.
It's like terrifying.
House in the projects, and it's horrible.
Yeah, he lives like in a like a low income. The projects. He lives in a low income like apartment. That's like, it's got like roaches in it, and I mean like stuff out of nightmares, but inside of it is full of like all this really cool memorabilia.
Yeah.
He's got all these like framed jerseys and like all these shoes and like all this stuff, but it's in an absolute just cesspool of an apartment.
So there you go. That's the floor. Sebastian Telfair is the line of made the least amount of money, least successful.
20 million, huh?
That just acts an absolute fool. Because he does those MTV Crib of his apartment that's terrible. Cockroach infested type in part with zero awareness that it's bad.
No.
It's more like, look at my memorabilia, look how cool it is that I live here.
Yeah, you got some really cool shoes. You should probably sell some of that stuff and like try to get a decent like condo.
Apartment.
Yeah, just get a nice 2-bedroom somewhere on the Upper East Side.
Don't you think that's a good floor?
That is a pretty good floor. Yeah, because 19 million's a lot, but I wouldn't think it'd be enough to really just be insane. And yet it turns out you can 19, it can have it break you.
And you look at a guy like Jamarcus Russell. He came around when the league paid rookies an S ton of money.
Yeah.
So he completely flamed out.
Yeah.
He made $40 million.
There's a great story. It was it Kirk Morrison was the linebacker for the Raiders? Does that sound right? He was out of San Diego State.
Yeah. Yes.
Right?
Out of San Diego State. Yes.
Yeah, I saw an interview with him where in Oakland they had to do a rookie show. Everyone has to do a rookie show, right? Where during training camp, you either have to sing an alma mater, sing your fight song, or you have to do a skit. You got to tell a joke. You got to do something.
Impressions. Whatever.
Yeah, you got to do something. Everyone makes you stand up, and it's a whole big deal. And Jamarcus Russell didn't. He held out all through training camp, so he was never there at training camp. So when he signed, Morrison was like, "Yeah, this might have been an indicator that we were off the rails a little bit." He said that he showed up first off in a Rolls Royce. So he skips all of training camp and he rolls up and like parks in a spot that's not his. He parks in one of the front spots. And if you've ever been to a facility, it's kind of free. Like you can park wherever you want, but there's certain spots that it's like the coach has a spot, the GM has a spot, and then there's some veteran spots.
Like in the Buccaneers history for you, it would be like Warren Sapp has his spot.
Yes.
And don't park in Warren Sapp's spot.
Yes.
Keyshawn Johnson has a spot.
Yes. Yeah. Some are labeled and some are not labeled, but you still know you don't park there.
Sure.
So he said that Jamarcus showed up in a Rolls Royce Rolls Royce and parked at the very front of the building.
Yeah.
And then, so they made Jamarcus do his rookie sketch, even though camp was over. They're like, no, it's rookie show. You still have to do it. And he said, Jamarcus, and the strange thing goes, he didn't know if Jamarcus knew that he was going to have to do this or if he just had it. So he said Jamarcus Russell had a backpack with him. And all he did for his sketch was he unzipped his backpack, and he said he had like 10 grand in one just in his backpack, and he made it rain in the meeting. So he just walked up and he just said he started making it rain.
He tipped his team.
That was, and Morrison was like, he goes, I started gathering up money. He said, I got like $200-$300 off of it. And he said, everyone thought it was great. That was his sketch. And he goes, in hindsight, we probably should have figured out that was, maybe an indicator that he wasn't taking this that seriously. But I just love it. What's your rookie sketch? I don't know. And I secretly hope that he had no idea he just was carrying around like 10 grand in singles.
Oh, there's no way that he knew.
I'd like to believe that was just one of those, I don't know, what do I got to do? I don't know, I got 10 grand here. Let's just throw it out to my teammates.
Isn't Jamarcus Russell in the James Harden Mount Rushmore of always going to have a huge number of singles on you at all times?
I would think so.
Like, James Harden is the captain of your Mount Rushmore of always going to have access to lots and lots of singles.
Yeah. Floyd Mayweather, I think Floyd Mayweather does it better. He's got a guy that just carries around, and I guess Floyd's having some money trouble too, allegedly.
Really?
Yeah. And Floyd made like close to $1 billion.
Yeah, that's embarrassing.
I think he's the highest grossing boxer of all time. There's rumors that, he can't pay this mortgage and he can't pay, he's really leveraged. And of course, this has dogged him for years. He denies it. Who knows?
1.1 to 1.5 billion is the estimation, just for listeners.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot.
So there's some he's not paying debts. Does that mean that he's broke or,
he doesn't give an S?
He doesn't give an S. Who knows? But he legendary has a guy that just his only job in his entourage, he carries around a big duffel bag and it's just full of money. And it's not 10 grand. That guy carries around with him like 100, 200, 300 grand, and he's just the bag. He's literally the bag man, and he just carries around cash for Floyd Mayweather. I don't know what that job pays, but I gotta think that's a pretty good job because that guy's just like, does anyone realize like when 5 grand go, you're just carrying around 300 in cash.
That's example number like 725. Why he may be broke. He has a guy that literally just carries cash and he pays him for it.
Yeah, Floyd was one of the more interesting guys. So he had a home in Vegas and he had a home somewhere else, and he had a fleet of cars, like the most expensive cars in the world, at one house that were black, and then those exact same cars at the other house that were white. It's like,
I like that. That I can get behind.
Aesthetics.
I could just see the bagman as he opens up the money at a strip club to throw it. The bagman starts handing him money, and he's like, 3 for you, 1 for me. 3 for you, 1 for me. He gets like a quarter of them. What happened? I threw my money really fast.
Yeah. So
sorry, my bad.
Floyd, I get it, but like when Antonio Brown leaves $100 million on the table, when Ayuk leaves $70 million, and they haven't made that much. That's a level of insanity that I can appreciate because I'm like, boy, it didn't take that much for you to just go badass crazy. So I never saw anything like that. Like I saw some guys that had some money, but I didn't see anyone that flaunted it like that. Shannon Sharp was pretty. He just had a stack of hundreds with him at all time. Like he just had a band, and he would like have people hold it for him, and no one dared steal it. But yeah, he had. I don't know what like a grip of $100 bills is, but like. I don't know. Like, think about, like, if you're holding, like, a really big hamburger.
Sure.
It was like that of hundreds.
Like a softball, almost?
Yeah. Like a big, yeah. And it was just folded over hundreds. And we were at a bowling event once, and he was like, they called me Skunk. Like, Skunk, hold this. And he handed this to me, and I was like, ooh.
Okay, time out.
Yeah.
They called you Skunk.
Yeah, because Schlereth had been there, and Schlereth was Stink. And their O-line coach said that I reminded him of, and I was from Alaska too.
Okay.
And so was Schler. So Stink then turned into Skunk. And I was like, oh, God.
So your nickname in the NFL was Skunk?
In Denver it was.
I didn't,
only in Denver.
How do I not know this?
I don't know. Well, I was in Denver for like 6 seconds. Who the hell am I?
You were Skunk for 6 seconds?
Yeah, I was Skunk.
I like that.
Yeah.
So you could have this easily could have been Primetime with Rop and Skunk.
Yeah, it could have been. The only reason it's Sook is that when I got the job, when I went and talked to the old boss, Ian Furness was working here. and who's now up in Seattle. And Ian Furness knew me. I'd done some stuff with Ian in Utah. So I didn't know he was working here. So when I was talking to the boss and just was like, hey, I don't know, like trying to get my foot in the door, I was like applying at grad schools and stuff. I had no idea that I was going to do this.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, do you know Ian Furness? Because, I was a Utah kid. And I was like, yeah. And they brought Ian in, and Ian called me Sook.
Oh, wow.
Because that's at BYU. He was Sukanic.
Sure.
And the boss was like, Sook. And I was like, oh, yeah. I was like, people called me Sook. And he goes, Big Sook. I was like 320 at the time.
Yeah.
And I was like, no. Like, can we? He's like, Big Sook.
Yeah, Big Sook is.
And that was it.
Yeah.
That's kind of how that was.
He was right.
Yeah. Because I was like, he's like, yeah, you got to have something. Jason Sukanic doesn't work.
And Skunk wasn't going to be it.
Skunk wasn't going to be it.
No.
So he was asking, like, he was like brainstorming. He's like, we should call you something. And then Furness just was like, oh, hey, Sook. And the great Alan Davis was like, well, Big
We
Sook.
have a winner.
Yeah, he's like, Big Sook. And there you go. And there is a segment that is based on nothing other than the fact that we got caught up with a stand-up comedian and we were late putting on our headphones and turning on our computers.
You were late putting on your.
Nah, we were all late. It's a collective effort.
Oh, okay.
It's a collective effort, boys. When one of us is late, we're all late. What do we got today? Got a hodgepodge. There's nothing kind of breaking. There's no like big stories today. Although apparently we may have killed someone. So some of our comments yesterday, we are famous here on this program for killing people off way too soon. Apparently, we may have killed someone yesterday.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. And we actually have a real death. It's a sad death.
It's a bad one.
There's some celebrity deaths. We'll talk a little football. We'll talk a little NBA. Got an NFL salary cap. Maybe we start there because apparently in the NFL, business is a booming. We talk about that when we come back. 105.1 The Fan. Now, I did not see this, and I kind of feel bad about it. So yesterday, we were talking about really the best idea I've had since Bon Voyage.
It's a great idea.
And that was the idea of a discourse show, basically where we just talk social issues, and we have Lee Corso, Gary Busey, and Lou Holtz. And then we had Bill Hader doing an impression of somebody, moderating it.
Yes.
And I said it'd be the number one show in the history of TV. That's Gary Busey, by the way, randomly telling people over Christmas, do you want to hear what a goose sounds like? I'm telling you, it'd be the best show in TV history. And someone just informed me that I may have killed off Lou Holtz because Lou Holtz has officially entered hospice care. So,
The show has been put on hold.
Yeah, so there is a slot open now. I don't think Lou's going to be able to do the show from hospice care.
Terry Bradshaw's first in line. He's standing backwards the wrong way.
That is true.
And rambling about absolutely nothing,
Yeah.
but he is first in line.
He's the favorite right now on Polymarket to fill that spot.
Yeah.
For sure.
Now, now that Lee Corso is gone off of TV, Bradshaw has filled that role. That weird clip of him not understanding what they were talking about, and then Michael Strahan kind of not knowing where to go with it last week, that was something else.
It's alarming.
It is a bit alarming. But you're like, at some point, you're Terry Bradshaw. Does anyone have the guts to kick Terry Bradshaw off of that show?
There are two ways we seem to go with broadcasters.
Yeah.
And it's either endearing, longtime face of the sport that we let go on too long, or borderline monster.
Yeah. And
if you look at the history of commentators and people we choose, like Ray Lewis is a commentator. Randy Moss, now a commentator. Michael Irvin, who, if you read the Cowboy book, slit a teammate's throat with a pair of scissors and would have killed him, except they were in a facility that had medical stuff.
Yeah, he missed it by like a centimeter or something before he missed it.
But if they would have just been out and about,
he could have been dead.
He could have killed him.
Yeah.
And we keep having these people who are just monstrous human beings that become announcers. And then we have like endearing guy we like, and we let him go way too long. And Terry Bradshaw seems to be thus far in the way too long category.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think you reach a certain point where, especially with a show like that, it's like inside the NBA. How long could Charles Barkley go before someone, like, I would love to see Barkley attempt to get fired.
Oh, I think he did.
You can't. Like,
he gave an interview and was like, I would love to be fired.
Yeah.
He's upset with ESPN because they've essentially been sidelined.
But there's nothing he could do. That's what I'm saying. You reach a certain point where you're so iconic, I don't think you can get rid of him. I think Charles Barkley could drop his drawers and take the grandioso. I've always thought if you are so secure you could take a dump in the middle of your set. I believe Charles Barkley could do that, and people would be like, "Oh, it's Charles Barkley." Like, Terry Bradshaw has no idea what's going on. He can't finish when he does highlights. They're now throwing to him, and he's talking about games that they're not discussing. And like Lee Corso couldn't talk for like 4 years, and they kept rolling him out there.
And I get it. I get that they're endearing. You have to start scaling people back. Like, why would your family, for the love of God, if by some miracle I'm still in some way doing radio when I'm older, I would love when I start to ramble about absolutely nothing, and I'm talking about the wrong game, and I'm talking about Jerry Rice's connection with Brock Purdy back in the day. I need someone to say, you're done. It's all done. You're done. Do you really want to go until you're rambling about nothing and people just listen to you for 3 or 4 more years? I think that's embarrassing. I don't understand why the family doesn't at some point step in. And then
money.
The biggest underdog of all time is Lou Holtz.
Yeah.
Because the dude rambled about nothing and had a monster all-time lisp going on where you couldn't understand him when he knew what he was talking about.
The greatest that is Lou Holtz. That man is a monumental achievement. Regardless of whatever you think of Lou Holtz, I know he kind of went off the rails to some at the end, but when you consider the fact that Lou Holtz became like a major media personality, that is the underdog. You think Sam Darnold's a great underdog story? I give you Lou Holtz.
It's true.
That guy finished coaching football and was like, "Oh, give Lou a seat," and he just went on there.
He is the Barney Fife of legendary college football coaches.
Yeah.
And it just worked out where people took him seriously all the way into him having wild thoughts at the end. And people were like, yeah, still, whatever. Give him a platform.
I've always thought it'd be weird, and if you don't know what we're talking about, Lou Holtz apparently has entered hospice, and Lou Holtz is a legendary coach. But like, it was always weird, the idea of like Lou Holtz, because I think of Lou Holtz as kind of a rambling, like you said, kind of Barney Fife. But at one point, Lou Holtz was like the best coach in America, and was just like some sort of giant red ass. Like, imagine like getting balled out by Lou Holtz, like back in the day, and like, it's just always one of those, how could you take that seriously? I had an offensive line coach that was like that. He was kind of a curmudgeon like Lou Holtz. He was like 1,000 years old. And every time he would yell at you, like, you would just try not to laugh. But he was such an old, surly cuss, and we all hated him. But it was just, it's a weird dynamic to have someone that you know is like, you could just shove over and they would turn to dust. But that guy's got authority over you, so he just gets to scream at you.
Well, can you say what his physical ailment? Well, because Lou Holtz had a physical ailment. Your coach also had a little bit of a physical ailment.
He had like 9 physical ailments.
Well, one of them, can I say?
Yeah.
Because we're not using his name.
Yeah.
Wouldn't he get really mad and then he'd pee a little?
Yeah.
So he would start peeing himself, screaming at you because he was so old.
Yeah.
That's worse than Lou Holtz lisp, but that would also be very difficult to take someone seriously if they start screaming at you and also piss themselves.
It's true. Like, you'd be at practice like in the middle of two-a-days, and he would just be screaming mad. And then you'd see like just a little, and it wasn't like a full on,
A little drippy.
Yeah, it's like, a circle.
More than a drip.
Yeah, a circle would start to appear, and you were like, don't look. Because then you would like, one, you don't want to laugh at an old man, but at the same time, you don't want to laugh because you know that he's just frothing mad. Or he had a hernia that would pop out. That was the other one. Dude, you have not lived. You do not know what comedy is until you are getting screamed at by like a 75-year-old man, and his hernia shows up over his over the pant line. You ever seen a hernia pop out? It's the most horrifying sight in the world.
I have, and it's not great.
Yeah. And then he would shove it back in like underneath. He'd take a break from yelling at you to kind of grab it and like
toughness right there.
And just like
be tough like me, guys.
He would make the Riz guy sound. What's his name? The Seattle Mariners announcer.
Rick
He'd make that. He'd start yelling, and all of a sudden,
yeah,
tuck it back in with that, and then
you'd have to shove it back in. And I was just like, so every time I think of Lou Holtz, that's what I think of, is that guy. Like, that guy won a national title. He sat in that Notre Dame locker room and gave them a motivational speech before they went out on the field. And I just always wondered what that must have been like for the Notre Dame guys to sit there and like, you're all ready to get fired up, and then Lou Holtz comes in, starts talking to you about what you're going to do. It's the fact that he achieved what he achieved. It really is one of the more monumental achievements in football history.
Imagine if a Barney Fife-like character became the best coach in college football, and I believe won a national title, right?
Yes.
He won at least one.
He won at least one. Luke may have won two. He won Notre Dame's last national title. I was with Tony Rice and those guys, and like, I want to say like 89. They beat Miami, if I'm not mistaken.
It was the late 80s for sure.
Yeah.
It's wild, and it's too bad that he's on his deathbed. Yeah. And also, again, it's too bad that there's an entire generation that only knows him as a curmudgeon who's just. It does tarnish your legacy at some point. It does.
Well, it was like Bob Knight for a lot of people is this way, or like Ozzy Osbourne recently died, and a lot of people think of Ozzy Osbourne from the Osbournes. Just kind of this weird meandering kind of buffoon
when they threw the rotten ham over the fence.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Ozzy Osbourne is probably he is the most influential hard rock, heavy metal, whatever you want to. He's the Chuck Berry of metal. And he was the Prince of Darkness, and yet for an entire generation of people, he's again throwing the ham and
Sharon,
that sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's weird how we perceive that, but anywho, long story short, Lou Holtz apparently in hospice care, only a matter of days. And whatever you think of Lou Holtz, political views or whatnot, Lou Holtz was an amazing coach. And a couple times when we got to talk to Lou Holtz and we got to meet him at like at national title games, he really was a very sweet, nice man. So I feel kind of bad that we were joking about Lou Holtz yesterday, and then turns out
we kind of did again today.
We miss Lou Holtz.
Yeah.
Well, I guess he's not gone yet, but.
I mean, you could make the argument Lou Holtz has been gone for
the greatness that is Lou
15
Holtz.
Years or so.
All right, we come back. The NFL business is a booming. Here is Steven with an update.
Now, Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Seattle Seahawks are in the Super Bowl, but off the field, they will also go up for sale after the Super Bowl. According to sources, sale discussions have taken place at ownership and league levels for at least the past week. Now, Sportico values the Seahawks at $6.59 billion, which is 14th highest in the league. One team executive has told ESPN that the Seahawks could fetch $7 to $8 billion. Of course, this has to do with the players as well as Jody Allen trying to sell to Tom Dundon. We'll see who she wants to sell to for the Seahawks. And for the other side in the Super Bowl, Patriots quarterback Drake May, he missed practice today with an illness. Coach Mike Vrabel told reporters that today, but May was limited to practice on Thursday as he deals with a right shoulder injury. No concern that May will miss the Super Bowl or anything like that against the Seahawks, where Seattle is a 4.5-point favorite. MVP Nikola Jokic, he's been out since December 29th with a bone bruise in his left knee. He is planning on making his return tonight after 16 straight games missed against the Los Angeles Clippers. Former Charlotte Hornet and UCLA standout Amari Bailey is attempting to become the first player to return to college basketball after appearing in NBA games. Bailey left UCLA after one season. He then played 10 games for the Hornets the past 2 years. He has now hired an attorney and is attempting to get eligibility back so he can go play back in college basketball. And Mariners pitcher Logan Evans had surgery to reconstruct a torn UCL in his right arm. He will miss the entire 2026 season. For more sports scores and stories in 30 minutes, I'm Stephen Vaughn from the George McCoy Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Well, we were going to talk about the NFL salary cap, and we will talk about the NFL salary cap, but this just kind of came down. I saw this. In fact, I saw Mike Freeman tweeted this, and it just said the NFL is going to have to deal with this and have to deal with this fast. And I was like, the hell's he talking about? And then kind of we were scrolling, we're like, what? And then you were like, oh, that's it. So they dumped a bunch of Epstein files today, and a bunch of people are named in them. And Robin Leach is in this. Bill Gates is in this. The President of the United States is in this. And what's funny is I have zero faith that anything will come of the President of the United States. It just won't. They will dismiss this, but this one they are not going to be able to dismiss. And it'll be very interesting to see what the NFL does with this. But Steve Tisch, who is one of the owners and is the CEO of the New York Football Giants, it's like when they go to team meetings, he is the guy that goes and votes for the Giants. He is in these Epstein files, and it's very problematic. Said that Tisch received scouting reports on women from Epstein, and the two men discussed whether the women were civilian or a working girl. These are emails sent in 2013. Were among the more than 3 million Epstein-related documents in the Department of Justice released on Friday. There were also emails between Epstein and women who wrote about their encounters with Tisch. It's not good. This is really, 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 really bad. And if you're the NFL, I mean, we've seen the NBA do this. We've seen Major League Baseball do this with Marge Schott over racist comments. We've seen the NBA do it with the Phoenix Suns over workplace culture. We saw them do it with Donald Sterling. As far as I know, I'm trying to think if the NFL has ever had to boot an owner. No, well, Daniel Snyder probably came the closest to this.
The closest comparison I have to just evidence via email where somebody was gone is a coach, and it's John Gruden.
John Gruden.
Who they just absolutely kicked to the curb because of things that were in emails.
Yes, John Gruden had some sexual stuff in regards to some cheerleaders. He called Demarius Smith racial things, talked about his lips, very, very problematic things. And that cost John Gruden his job and has never been allowed back in the NFL. This is a owner. I don't know if the NFL has ever seen anything quite like this. This is an NFL owner that is being outed here in arguably the worst sex scandal in our country's history, and is receiving scouting reports about working girls, allegedly some not being of age. I don't know what the NFL does, but I can't imagine that this is something that is going to that's going to linger. I'm guessing that this is, I mean, I suppose in 2026 the thing is just deny and say that it's fake news and say that this is ridiculous and these are just allegations and it's a witch hunt and all that. I'm not certain how Tisch and the Giants survive that.
I do wonder if because at the very top it just seems to be something that we're washing over, if that's going to trickle down to other people in power. In other words, it'll be treated as though it's a big nothing burger now because it is at the very top. And that worries me. That concerns me.
Yeah.
But if you punish
everybody,
if everybody who's in this starts getting fired and suspended and without pay, or they're removed from their ownership, if it's everyone except the President of the United States, that's going to look away.
Yeah.
And it does seem as though there's been a lot of orchestrated effort to make the Epstein files, one, not come out when they're supposed to.
Because there's so many people on both sides. You got royal family, you've got current presidents, you've got Democratic president in there.
Bill Gates is in it.
Bill Gates is in it. You've got, this is the sort of stuff that people were like, why isn't this stuff coming out and why are people fighting so hard? Because you have billionaires, including royal family members and heads of state, that are being named in this. And you wonder why this stuff hasn't come out or why people are fighting so hard for it not to come out. Here's just another example of it.
And here's my thing. Everyone who's in it, who they can trace back to a crime, should be in trouble.
Yes.
There is no side to me that doesn't get in trouble versus another side. Everyone who's in here that they can prove did something wrong needs to get in trouble. There isn't like this person's too important or this person's not important enough or this person votes along my party line. No. If there's reports of you abusing underage girls, sleeping with underage girls, raping underage girls,
yes,
you should be in trouble. And I do wonder, obviously out loud, if because of the way it's being treated at the top, if there's going to be a trickle down where people aren't in trouble. Because again, if you start punishing everybody, it stays in the news.
Yeah.
If the Giants get rid of their co-owner for the Epstein files, you have to start looking around saying, well, how come this person's not in trouble? And how come this person's not in trouble? And I do wonder if there will be some orchestration to make sure that doesn't happen. But again, I don't care if it's Clinton, Bill Gates, Donald Trump. I don't care. If you're in here and they have multiple witnesses talking about it, or there's videos or audio, you should be in trouble.
Yeah.
And I don't care what party line you're part of.
No, that's well said. Look, if you're the NFL, there's a real opportunity here to draw a line in the sand and say enough's enough. I mean, this is horse S. You know, the NFL has tried for years and years to do this. You know, we care and we're ending racism and we care about this group and we care about that group and we put stop hate on the back of helmets and, you know, we care about, you know, domestic violence and we, cancer. And at every turn, I just find most of what the NFL to be half-hearted attempts at best. It's just piss poor PR in my opinion. It's posturing. And at the end of the day, it's made up of 32 really, really rich guys and Roger Goodell. And above all else, it's protect the shield, right? At all costs. And I think the NFL finally has a chance here to prove, at least in some measure, that there is a line. That there's a line. And I didn't know what that line was because it seems like the NFL never finds it. They just don't. They spent years pretending that the game wasn't killing people. They hired a guy in charge of their brain program that wasn't a neurologist. They were like the tobacco companies. And when that threatened to destroy them, they wrote a check for $1 billion and made it go away. During the kneeling thing, we had the Jerry, fire that son of a bitch. We had all of this, we've just seen this time and time again. And if the NFL can't take a stand against one of their own, sex trafficking
and underage, so child rape,
at some point, when's enough's enough? And this doesn't need to be one of those, well, we've taken this matter seriously. Force him the F out of the league. Force him. This is just enough's enough. And you're right in that we've entered this weird thing where all we do is kick stuff down the road, and we do that. Well, we'll look into it, and we've reached this point where it feels like at times, especially for people this powerful, there's no consequences. And hopefully here there's consequences, because I just don't see how the NFL sweeps this under the rug. I really don't. Because if you're a Giants fan, really, are you going to do the, oh, well, hey.
He hired John Harbaugh.
Yeah. I remember when Deshaun Watson had his thing going on there. I remember him when his first game in Cleveland, there were people in the stands wearing Deshaun Watson jerseys that brought out like massage tables and were mocking the whole thing. I haven't seen a fan base again yet draw a line in the sand.
Ray Rice got a standing ovation.
Standing ovation. Absolutely.
Luke Heimlich, standing ovation.
Yeah, I've yet to see a fan base, Joe Paterno, right? Penn State. I've yet to see a fan base draw a line. At some point, Giant fan, draw a line here.
But it's the NFL's problem. The NFL needs to draw that line. Because I think if they drew the line, the fans would follow the NFL.
I think we all have a personal responsibility at some point in our lives
to say enough's enough.
To draw a line in the sand. That there's a limit to what I will tolerate with my sports teams. There's a limit of what I will tolerate in my day-to-day life. And I think, unfortunately, in a lot of aspects of our life right now, we're pushing that line. We're towing that line. Maybe a lot of people feel, I think, that we're overstepping that line. To me, this is the point at which the league itself, as Suk said, should say, okay,
we're done.
This is over the line. Yeah, there's a lot of things we allow. This is too much.
And as someone points out on the text message, there's a difference between having your name appear in something and on a flight list and having details and emails about what you're doing. And I'm waiting for it because I've already seen it. I've already seen people put spin on this before. Megyn Kelly, like a month or two ago, was like, well, the Epstein people, it was bad, but it wasn't like they were 10. Some of these girls were 14, 15, 16. I swear to God, that was a real thing that was said.
It's disgusting. By
a political commentator who has a national voice. Who was like, yeah, I mean, they were underage, but, it wasn't like they were after, like, little girls. And you can already see them trying to slide that. So I can just see the PR right now. Well, yeah, he was talking about scouting reports on working girls and having girls brought to him, but we don't know how young these girls were, and he didn't know that they were underage. He just thought they was just, this is what working girls do. I can already see that spin. And the NFL better not try to do this crap. And Giant fans better not put up with this.
So sad.
If Donald Sterling is forced out of that league because he said 3 or 4 racial epithets on a recorded thing with his professional girl, if that's enough to get him booted out of the league, NFL, your turn. If Marchot got burned, if the owner of the Suns got burned, NFL, it's your turn.
100%.
Finally take a stand against one of these rich billionaire a-holes that do whatever the hell they want. Take a stand for once.
And here's something that I think is important, because people are going to, I think, sometimes, depending on their leanings, create a gray area where there isn't one. My job for a decade has been to work with teenagers on their recruitment. And in some cases, you just mentioned 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah. Sometimes there is a girls basketball player who's really highly recruited in this area, and I need to get a hold of her, and it's a working relationship, right? I am so careful. And to just say like, oh, it's a slippery slope and anything could happen. If you handle your things as a professional, it can't. Because I say, I would like to talk to you over the phone. Could you give me your dad's number, your mom's number, a parent's number, your coach's number, and I'll get a hold of you. That's the way it's different than when I'm reaching out to football prospects who are seniors. I make sure I go through the proper channels so that I don't have a teenage girl's number that I'm texting about an interview for recruitment, I'm saying. But for folks who think, well, it's a slippery slope and they don't know, but you can really easily handle yourself like a professional when you're around teenagers and make sure that you're not in an inappropriate situation. So if you're in one and you're in one repeatedly, you are seeking that out and you know better. Yeah. Bottom line.
Yeah. The last piece of this, for people wondering like what was happening, Jeffrey Epstein wrote to Steve Tisch in one of the last emails, I don't like records of these conversations. When Jeffrey Epstein is saying, I don't like records of the conversation we're having, it should let you know what they were talking about. And by the way, this shouldn't take months. This really shouldn't. By the end of the day, the NFL should come out and draw a line. You have 31 other owners out there that should say enough's enough's. But at the same time, would it be shocking if he's the only one? I would be more shocked if he's the only one. I really would. Because the NFL is a good old boys network. But there's just, at some point, like you said, at some point, enough's enough. Draw a line. Draw a line. And we as a society, draw a line. Stop making excuses. Draw a line. I don't care about your fandom. Enough's enough. We'll be back. 105.1 The Fan. can text the program 503-864-6326. Said ESPN doesn't have anything on their app. I hope I'm wrong, but it looks like they're doing damage control to already sweep it under the rug. I could see that.
I'm looking at ESPN.com. There's nothing on the front page about it.
Yeah, this is kind of what we were talking about.
They're in bed with the NFL.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. It's like I want to believe that this is going to be a line and enough's enough, but I don't know. I just have to believe that an owner of one of the more valuable teams in the NFL was just outed, and it's nowhere to be found on ESPN. The lead story is why the Clippers are the hottest team in the NBA, and the Farmer Insurance Open. In fact, the biggest piece of NFL news, and we were going to get to this, and we'll talk about it, is the Seahawks supposedly going up for sale after the Super Bowl.
Sell high, baby.
Yeah, and we'll talk about it when we come back, but I do think it, I think it's interesting. That news broke, an hour, 2 hours ago, give or take. I think I saw the Athletic article about an hour ago when that came out, and so far we've gotten...
Came out at 119.
119.
And in general, there are a lot of names. The stuff in the Epstein files today is deeply alarming.
Yeah.
And from both political parties,
Yep.
from famous people,
all
all
walks
walks
of
of
life.
life. It's really, really bad.
And
it should be leading a lot of different news
And to your point, it shouldn't even be about political party. It should just be looking at it and saying, this is disgusting. Like, what are we doing as human beings?
Hey, guys, the Clippers are the hottest team in the NBA.
They are good right now, I will say. Kawhi's been healthy.
Talk some Seahawks when we come back. 105.1 The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Seattle Seahawks, they are at the Super Bowl taking on the Patriots, but off the field, they'll be going up for sale after the big game, according to sources. Sale discussions have taken place at ownership and league levels for at least the past week, and Sportico values the Seahawks at $6.59 billion, which would be 14th highest in the league, according to Sportico. One team executive told ESPN that the Seahawks could fetch $7 billion to $8 billion, but we will see after the Super Bowl how much Jody Allen and the Allen estate gets. On the other side, Patriots quarterback Drake May, he missed practice today with an illness. He was also limited in practice yesterday as he deals with the right shoulder injury. Mike Vrabel said there is no concern that May will miss the Super Bowl against the Seahawks, with Seattle is a 4.5-point favorite. Nikola Jokic, he has been out since December 29th with a bone bruise in his left knee. He's planning to make his return tonight against the Los Angeles Clippers. Former Charlotte Hornet and UCLA standout guard Amari Bailey, he's attempted to become the first player to return to college basketball after appearing in actual NBA games. Bailey left UCLA after one season. He then played 10 games with the Hornets the past 2 years. He has hired an attorney and will attempt to get eligibility back on the collegiate level. And Mariners pitcher Logan Evans, he had surgery to reconstruct a torn UCL in his right arm. He will miss the entire 2026 season. For more sports scores and stories in 30 minutes, I'm Stephen Vaughn from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
Welcome in. 1 down, 3 to go. Joey Harrington joins us 5:30 for his normal chat. In the news at 4:30, and then in the club, we'll get into some stuff. Breaking news of the day, in my opinion, is that the co-owner and CEO and chairman of the New York Giants has been outed in the Epstein files as a sex trafficker. But apparently that's not news, because we were talking about, does the NFL sweep this under the rug? Do they deal with it? So that broke over 2.5 hours ago. It is not on ESPN.com. It is not on Yahoo Sports. It is not on Bleacher Report. It is not on SI. So I find that fascinating that apparently is nowhere to be found in the sports world. And by the way, this isn't Steve Tisch, who's the owner of the Giants. This isn't like being named. There are emails. There are documentation about him asking to have women trafficked for him. Scouting reports giving to him about young girls, and at one point Epstein says, I feel uncomfortable having these conversations on the record. And yet nothing. No statement from the NFL. How cowardly is ESPN? How far up the NFL's ass is ESPN to where that doesn't even bother to make a headline? It's kind of shocking to me. I guess maybe I shouldn't be shocked, because as we stated when this news broke, it seems like nowadays nothing makes a dent in when it comes to this stuff. Like you're just, no one faces any sort of accountability to it whatsoever.
Well, it does feel like, and regardless of what political party you're on, it really does, that you're being pushed to not say things.
Yeah.
Like, don't post your political views on your Facebook.
Yeah.
If things have, in your opinion, have gone too far, don't say anything. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. And so people who are rational about, like, well, there's emails asking for, and I allegedly, this is like,
Sure.
I'm just making up a scenario here.
Yeah.
But there are Epstein files where they have the emails where it's like, I'd like a 15-year-old. You know what I
Yes.
mean? Like, once you have that and it's the email,
What more do you need?
we're done here.
Yes.
We're done here. And it does feel like we are now at a place where it's like, is it okay to say something? Is it not okay to say something for my job? Am I going to face some backlash for saying any of this stuff?
Some of this, it's just evil.
But it feels like the media's responsibility is
To speak up.
And I do think the general public who isn't curious should understand that the Epstein files is not like an FBI report or a CIA report that has been made up. Part of the Epstein files is all the emails,
Yes.
all the documents they have. And so it's not a report that someone wrote based on something.
Just information
You
gathered.
can read the emails and text messages back and forth, and they're alarming. And I dug into it a little bit before the show. I didn't want to because I knew we'd probably mostly stick to sports here.
And we're trying to, like we said, the only reason that this has been brought up is because, again, Bill Gates and some other people, the president, we try to say, for the most part, clear that. Because, again, this is an area where we try to leave some of that behind, and we try to deal with, for the most part, sports and some pop culture stuff. But when the owner of one of the 32 NFL teams, and one of the things we were going to talk about today was the business of the NFL.
It was on our agenda before the Giants.
Before the Giants thing. This was just, we were going to discuss, and there's some Seahawks news about getting sold, and so the finances of the NFL. And I just find it fascinating that you have one of 32 owners, a billionaire, who's been outed in this red-handed, and the only story that I can find anywhere is the Seahawks going up for sale and how much they're going to sell for. If that is something that is no longer a headline, then I honestly don't know what a bombshell is anymore in the NFL. I really don't. If this doesn't elicit a response from national media and the NFL itself to have to address this, then I don't know what does.
Do you think it's because of the Super Bowl coming up, they're afraid people might boycott the Super Bowl?
I don't know.
No. And I'll tell you why. Because the halftime show's Bad Bunny. And people have been talking about boycotting the halftime show since the day it was announced.
Because that has been politicized, absolutely.
And there have been people on the right who say create our own halftime show.
And
this
they did.
is American, and they now have.
Yeah, they have.
And the NFL doesn't seem
to care.
Yeah. They also doubled down and have Green Day performing as well.
Yeah.
Before the show.
Yeah.
Sure.
Before the game.
So it does seem like they in some ways are immune to that and willing to do whatever. And yet here, I don't know. It just feels like there's a real push not to address the Epstein files unless you absolutely have to.
Yeah,
that's what it feels.
It's become this weird. It's become Voldemort. It really has. It's we're not going to mention it by name. We're like, we know it's out there, but let's not bring it up because we're going to offend some people. At what point does sex trafficking cross
of underage girls?
Of underage girls.
Of underage.
How about this? How about
children.
sex trafficking of anyone?
Yes.
Poor people from across the world that are getting drug into this, that are being sold. And now we throw an under. At what point does that not become a political thing? At what point does that not become a social line? At what point does that just become right or wrong? I've mentioned it. We have had NFL and Major League, well, not NFL, but we've had Daniel Snyder came close to basically getting the move. He was pressured to sell. But we've seen other organizations force people out for literally just having problematic views. Like for just having racist views, for racist language. That was enough to get owners of major league franchises the boot. But now we're at the point, we even had a guy, one of our listeners on the YouTube chat that was like, well, he took me the Megyn Kelly comment about, at least these girls are underage, but they're not that underage. He defended that.
And they're professionals.
We've moved the
the
goalpost now to people, even people that listen to this show. We've moved the goalpost to where as long as she's 15 and consents to being a prostitute, because that's a thing, we're fine with that.
And you can say that's not happening.
It's shocking.
We can see it on the text line.
Yes,
so
we can.
if you think that's not going on, that's on the text line. That, hey, this isn't really that bad. They're consenting 15-year-olds. I don't know what to say anymore. That's we've established as a society that's not okay. That there are lines, and that's a big one. Child sex trafficking is a big one. That's a big line. I guess there are other things that I thought were big lines that are not. Child sex trafficking is a big line. And you can see on the text line people changing the narrative as we speak to
I mean,
Come on.
And I know the Maras have been around a long time, and the Tishes, and these are big owners. I mean, these you see, you have like the Rooneys, you have Jerry Jones. I mean, this is one of those like marquee names and franchises in the NFL. I guess it's not as big as Mara. I think Mara is the one that people more know associated with the Giants, but this is, and yet. I guess I'm just stunned. I'm literally at a loss for words that ESPN and no one else has said a word about this, and the NFL hasn't released a statement.
So you are the sports czar, you are in charge.
Yeah.
I do think at some point you would need to have some sort of hearing. Like
Yes.
you can't strip a guy of his team today
Yeah.
and say what's the move? The move is to make an announcement that you are doing an investigation,
Yes.
and in the meantime, Tisch will be removed from all team-related activities, correct?
Look, all I know is this. If a player has something go down, they instantly put him on the commissioner's exempt list, right? And it's like, hey, like you're going to sit a few plays out. I mean, that is almost an immediate sort of thing. And I would assume at the very least that should be the statement from the NFL. We're aware. This is out there. We take it very seriously. There will be a thorough investigation. And you're right. Until that time, he's not, he's stepping down from any sort of NFL-related activity. And I don't know, is he on any of the committees? I'd have to look into that. But, I mean, it's just, it's bizarre. As someone says on here, yeah, this is crazy, man. You're not seeing it anywhere. No, you're not.
It's not on any sports site.
It is not. Believe me, I've spent the last 15 minutes trying to search for some national news media that's having this conversation, that's at least having a headline, and there isn't one.
And that's why I said I do worry. I really worry.
Yeah.
That there's going to be an attempt to spin the Epstein files,
Yes.
which is literally the documentation of people communicating to one another, not a report. You can see the emails, you can see the text, you can see they have video, they have audio. You can see all this stuff. You can look at it yourself. They're going to try to turn it now into it's not really anything. It's a nothing burger, and it does seem like so far,
Yeah.
the big sports brand media has
The only place
gone that
only
way.
place I've seen it is The Athletic. Someone pointed, yeah, and that's the story. There is a story in The Athletic, New York Times and Athletic. That's where I saw it. And then Mike Freeman, who USA Today, he retweeted it.
It is the lead story on the Athletic.
On The Athletic. But so far, the sports entities that are in bed with the NFL have not touched it, and the NFL has not said boo about it. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Because we'll as we move into Friday, right? East Coast time, what's now 7:00 back on the East Coast. So we'll see if anything comes out of New York. We'll see if anything comes about it over the weekend. But realize that when's Super Bowl Media Day? Monday? At some point, you're going to have to address it, right? Or does anyone go to that media pool and, again, tuck their tail between their legs and cower at the beast that is the NFL?
Is there a statement released that if you ask about it, you will have your credential removed?
Then get them pulled.
So
Get them yanked.
I did a quick Google just of Steve Tisch, and Yahoo has a piece about it, but it's not on the front page.
Sure,
And so does Sports Illustrated as well. Like Sports Illustrated has a piece about it, but,
But not on the front
I don't think
page.
it's on the front page.
Because all I did was look on the front page of all the big sites. So like
Right.
when I get ready for the show, I'm sure most people have this, but there's like 20 websites, right, that I just scroll through. So, all right, hey, I'm going here. I go to Pro Football Talk. I go to Yahoo Sports. I go to whatever.
It is on the front of Sports Illustrated. But
So it's now on the front. So
Sports Illustrated, but not Yahoo. But
Okay.
Yahoo does have.
it wasn't
it wasn't.
very recently.
Right.
It wasn't 10 minutes
they
ago.
wrote a piece 2 hours ago about the Athletic article, and it is not on the front page of Yahoo right now.
But it is on the front page of
Sports
SI?
Illustrated, yes.
Because when I pull up SI, it is the 12 teams that haven't won a Super Bowl and why.
I'm not seeing it on Sports Illustrated either.
I got it here. It's the third one down. It has the report about the Seahawks,
Oh.
Mari Bailey, and then email showed
Okay,
Jeffrey Epstein.
so it
connected
is
with
not.
Giants
It
owner.
is on the front page, but the lead story is the 12 NFL teams that haven't won a Super Bowl and why, and then we got Allen family to sell Seahawks.
Mari Bailey.
Yes,
And then Jeffrey Epstein.
the ex-Hornet with 10 games seeks to return to college, and then we get to, and it says that co-owner Steve Tisch connected. So interesting words, connected. So. All right, well, when we come back, we'll try to get into some sense of normalcy, and we will talk. Well, I guess we'll talk some NFL because we are a sports show I guess. And just this has been a really weird last probably 30 minutes, but we'll try to bring some normalcy to this when we come back. 105.1 The Fan. So the piece of NFL news that people are actually covering And it'll be the first time in NFL history that this has happened. So the Seattle Seahawks next Sunday will play for the Super Bowl. I think you've heard of that. And the rumor is that shortly thereafter, and again, this is the part that's never happened because Seattle has played for a Super Bowl before, a couple times. Won one, lost a couple. The report is that they will indeed go up for sale. And league and ownership sources familiar with the arrangement told ESPN, ending years of questions about when the team would seek new ownership following the 2018 death of former owner Paul G. Allen. So this would kind of fall in line. We know the Blazers haven't officially been sold, but I think we were talking about originally the timeline was just in the spring. So, I mean, Tom Dundon is essentially the owner of the Portland Trailblazers. They're just waiting for all of those I's to be dotted, T's to be crossed. But we think maybe even before the end of the season that Dundon will be the new owner of the Blazers. And everyone wondered, now that the Blazers have been sold, when do the Seahawks sell? Now, the Blazers, the longer Jody Allen holds on, the more these values go up. The rumor was that they wanted to wait for the new NBA TV deal to kick in, and she obviously made a very good decision because the Blazers sold for, four and some change?
Yeah, you draft Young Hansen and you get to knock it up 5%.
Steve, was it 4.2, 4.3? What was the...
Yeah, that sounds about right. I'll double check this.
Yeah. And what did the...
$4.25 billion.
And what did the Suns sell for? Sold for... What were the Phoenix Suns?
They were...
So they were four. Yeah. So that was in 2023. And I think if you go back a couple years before that,
the Celtics were higher.
Yeah.
Obviously.
But these numbers just keep
right.
climbing. The longer you hold on. And so, but the idea with the NFL is, I don't know where the NFL goes. Everything about the NFL continues to make money. But the idea was that the Seahawks meant a little more to Paul. Maybe she would hold on to those a little bit longer. But this would kind of go in line. She sells the Blazers and then sells Seattle. And they're saying the Seahawks could go somewhere in the neighborhood of $7 to $8 billion. Wow. And coming off a Super Bowl, yeah, I'm guessing that would probably help the sale price just a little bit there.
You think Young Hansen helps the price? How about being an actual winning team?
Wouldn't that
be amazing? Wouldn't that be amazing if you could just sell it because, and make money because they're good as opposed to drafting just anybody from China and trying to act like you got to steal in the draft?
So the Paul Allen estate did put out
a
comment, and they said that they are not for sale.
Yeah, we'll see about that. They're going to be for sale.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just... Why
technicalities right there?
Again,
$7 to $8 billion were not for sale. 9.3, whoo! Now you're talking.
Well, I get at the time. Remember,
posturing.
They did this a number of years ago when Phil Knight was sniffing around them. They said, "Hey, we're not for sale." Well, you were for sale. It's just a matter of you're kind of biding your time. You're working things out. So yes, I'm sure Jody Allen and the Vulcans don't love that this is out, and they probably don't need to do it right before the Super Bowl. But make no mistake about it. This report is not coming out of nowhere. And remember, the report isn't that Phil Knight is sniffing around or someone is sniffing around. This is little league sources being like, yeah, it's going up for bid. So, and to the tune of $7 to $8 billion, just to let you know, the Carolina Panthers in 2018 sold for $2.2 billion. Think about that. In 8 years, we've gone from $2.2 billion to maybe in the neighborhood of $8 billion.
And we're seeing this with the salary cap.
Yes.
The salary cap in the last 4 years has gone up $100 million. I looked, and I think it was it 2013? It was around 150.
Yeah.
And now it's over 300 projected for next year.
Yeah.
It's doubled. The salary cap has doubled.
Yeah.
So it's not a surprise these franchises have also doubled. The salary cap is a reflection of how much money they're making. If they can pay out that amount of money, it would make sense that the franchises themselves would double. The one thing in America that no matter what never fails is that sports franchises seem to go up in value. Yeah. No matter what. They just keep on going.
Yeah. So someone said Paul Allen bought 97 for $194 million, and they're going to clear. I mean, the Commanders without a stadium, the Commanders sold for $6 billion. So the Seahawks, you do have a stadium. Great fan base. You're going to come off a Super Bowl appearance or more than likely a Super Bowl championship.
Very well-run organization.
That's set up to be good for a long time. Yeah, they're going to sell for $7+ billion. They just are. It wouldn't shock me if that goes a little bit higher too. If this gets to 7.5, would anyone be surprised?
No. Oh, no. They have a complete monopoly on the redhead money too, which is again the Asians with the Blazers. They jumped on China and they got the Chinese dollar to inflate.
Now they got the redheads.
And Seattle had a plan too. Let's get ourselves one of them redheads. I've heard the funniest theory I've heard about quarterbacks that's like a joke is that one redhead has all the talent for the league at any one time, and then it gets passed around. And they did a history lesson, and it literally went like like Andy Dalton retired, and then it went to someone else for a year or two. And right now, whoever has the redhead Infinity Stone, it's clearly Sam Darnold, and he just is rocking all the talent for the redheads. And when he slumps, someone else will emerge. But for like 10 years straight, there's only been one, and the other guys fall apart right at the same time that one guy rises. I think it was a real article as a joke, but it was really extensive about year to year who's had the power of the redhead at quarterback, and obviously Sam Darnold has.
I'm looking through, and you're right. There really isn't. I mean, Andy Dalton, is it Johnny Hecker? There's a punter. Was Carson? They're saying Carson Palmer. Was Carson Palmer a ginger?
Yes, and right as his fall off started, Andy Dalton took the redhead mantle.
Interesting. You know who was a ginger too? The only Super Bowl winning quarterback, Brad Johnson of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He was a ginger as well.
So
Johnson goes down, the rise of Palmer. Palmer goes down, the rise of Dalton. Now Dalton's not doing anything, and here comes Sam Darnold.
Yes, there can only be one.
Oh my God, you're right.
It's like Darth Vader, Darth Sidious. There can only be one Sith Lord or whatever at a time in Star Wars.
Someone said I had the same theory about white safeties.
But there's two white defensive backs now.
Yeah.
In Philly, so it's finally not true.
One's a safety.
But one's a corner.
Yeah, one's like a nickel corner.
Cooper DeJean is a corner.
Yes.
And Blankenship is really
is
a
safety.
Yeah.
The exciting whites. I've never heard that about the Redheads, but I'm kind of digging it. So clearly the Seahawks are going to win because they have the redheaded.
It's worth at least another $500 million in sale.
Yeah.
They have the redheaded market cornered.
Like, how many people now, if the Seahawks do indeed sell for like $7-8 billion bucks, like how many people have, or like it's now becoming more and more like corporations because these price tags are getting ridiculous. Like I know the Waltons that bought the Broncos, they can stroke that check, like the Larry Ellisons of the world, but I mean we're reaching a point now where you start talking about $7-8 billion and having to write checks. I don't know how many people can actually write those that want to be in this.
Well, not to get into politics too much, but we have seen a situation where the upper 0.5% have in terms of population, now have as much money, I think, as the bottom 92%.
Yeah.
So I think there are more of those people now
that are coming. But at that level?
Coming. But I think once you have one, right? So there's only a select few, like Phil Knight's trying to get in that group. I wouldn't shock me. Elon kind of, instead he has his own NASA. But maybe he wants a sports franchise.
He's the one guy that probably just laughs. He's like, "What? $7 billion?" It's
like you're flipping a quarter at a kid. Here you go.
Seriously, that dude's building space rockets.
I make it rain with $7 billion. Come on.
Well, like
his bagman carries around $1 billion in ones all the time.
I watched the Jerry Jones. I watched that Jerry Jones
heavy bag
horse crap. America's Team documentary. I watched some of that. I watched the Lakers Showtime series on HBO, and it's weird because those are right now probably the two most valuable. They're not. Maybe those are the two most valuable franchises in their league. Right? You say the Lakers would sell for 10, and the Cowboys could sell for like 12. Plus.
And then there's the Yankees in baseball. Those are the three.
Yankees, Dodgers now. I bet you
Dodgers. Oh, you're right. Good
Dodgers
point.
might be worth more than the Yankees.
You're
but
right.
Flip
That's
a coin. But it's interesting that the Cowboys and the Lakers were both bought by not uber rich guys. Like Jerry Jones and Jerry Buss. Jerry Buss really didn't have the money to buy the Lakers. He kind of ham and egged his way to that. Jerry Jones talks about when he bought the Cowboys, he was like one lack of oil strike away from being broke. So it's strange that like back in the day, you could kind of be a maverick and kind of throw some cash together and buy one of these teams. Those days are gone. In order to buy one of these teams, there is no like marginal rich guys anymore. It's just not. Like it is an entirely different realm of sports owner. There's no more families. like the Maras and the Rooneys, like that, the Browns in Cincinnati, that stuff's gone. Even the Davises, like it is a different level of people that own franchises.
It's true.
You can't be worth $200 million anymore and buy something.
When I was a kid, and I mean like the 90s, one of the discussions sometimes in sports was, well, they can't win. They don't have an owner that can spend because they don't have the money.
Yeah.
We don't talk about that anymore at all. When do we ever say that owner doesn't have enough money?
Well,
it's very rare. It comes up, but
it's
very
usually
rarely.
the cheapo holdovers, like the
Bengals get accused of this.
the Brown family or the Davises, like John Fisher with the A's. People that have held on to those franchises for a long time, and maybe they inherited them, and they basically remember, like the Davis family, their only wealth is their football team, right? Al Davis, and then why can't I think of his dip-ass son's name?
Is it Mark?
Mark Davis doesn't have money other than the Raiders. Like the Brown family doesn't have money other than the Bengals. So when it comes to putting cash up front, those people struggle. Same thing in baseball. But when you own the Dodgers, when you own the Mets, when you own the Broncos, you're owned by people that are worth $20 billion, right, and their money isn't tied up in the sports franchise. So I do think you see that. There's a difference between rich owners that are rich because they own a sports team and owners that were rich and bought in. And trust me, you want to be, if you're a fan of a team, you want to be owned by someone that is rich. Trust me, as a Mets fan, you want to be owned by Steve Cohen.
Right.
You don't want to be owned by the Wilpons.
Right.
Those are two entirely different.
But it's just less of a talking point. And
Yes.
everyone else who comes in is another person who is just independently wealthy.
Yes.
You're not wealthy from your family having owned X franchise since the 70s.
Yeah.
No one's like that anymore, to your point. And because of that, every new owner, to some extent, you would think, would even the playing field, because it probably removes one more old guard and puts in another Richie Rich who is willing to spend. And the more teams that are willing to spend, the more chance you have to compete.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, because we all hate, for the most part, Jody Allen here. She has not been well thought of. They can't say that in Seattle. Like, we're like, ding dong, the witch is dead, get her the F out of here. In Seattle,
there's numerous posts that I've seen today, like, man, this is horrible news for the Seahawks.
So it's
Jody's leaving.
It is very weird, the reaction when Jody Allen put the team up for sale, and now this report that it's coming out of Seattle. Those are two entirely different.
In Portland, it was 100% approval rating.
Yes.
Oh, Blazer for sale, everybody exhale.
Collectively.
But part of that is, honestly, one, the Seahawks have been good.
Yeah.
The Blazers have been bad. But also, you could listen to Blazer fan for years tell you Neil Olshey was doing a good job and that the combo of C.J. McCollum and Damian Lillard could win you a championship. Yeah. And so someone has to be to blame. And as things have gone down the way, there's not too many people left standing to blame. And so she then becomes, well, it's her fault, and if we invested money, we could go get the players that we need to win a championship. Because it can't just be that the Blazers aren't very good, the GM's fine but not special, and Portland's a city that unfortunately doesn't draw free agents. And all of that makes it very difficult, plus they haven't truly bottomed out and gotten one of those rare Wembanyama Cooper Flag, who dropped 49 points last night, type of superstar. They haven't gotten that guy. So you can't blame the current team because you're a fan of the team, and Blazer fans do have that reputation. Bill Simmons for decades now has called them the soccer moms. They're always going to blame someone other than their kid. Yeah. And so she's the big bad because they haven't been good. But I do wonder if she runs the Blazers relatively closely to the Seahawks, or if the Seahawks are her favorite child.
Well, I think that
they're getting all the attention.
I think she cares about the Seahawks. Like, you can tell she has love for the Seahawks, where she's never shown any type
But is that because the Seahawks are good?
I just think she's never really shown any love to the Blazers at all.
They haven't been good.
I actually agree with you. I think Jody got a lot more blame than she deserved, because the Blazers were one ping pong ball away from getting Wembanyama. Had they got him, nobody cares what Jody Allen's doing.
Right.
Because they got Wembanyama. And so I actually agree with you that she got a lot of it, but she is out in front. Like, she talked at the NFC title game.
And we never heard boo.
We have never heard her.
It's two entirely different things. And the weird part is Paul loved the Blazers and he bought the Seahawks as a civic duty, and yet
And it seems like Jody's embraced Seattle and not Portland.
Well, it's happening. Despite what their statement, and the end of their statement was from the Allen Foundation was, our focus right now is winning the Super Bowl and completing the sale of the Trailblazers in the coming months. Yeah, that's code for as soon as we're done with that crap, we'll be for sale.
As soon as we win the Super Bowl, we're going to sell for $8 billion.
Yeah, if you got $8 billion, get in line. You can be the next owner of the Seattle Seahawks. In the news when we come back. Here, though, is Steven with an update.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Giants co-owner Steve Tisch. He was connected to Jeffrey Epstein and the Epstein files today. After some releases, Tisch received scattering reports on women from Epstein, and the two men discussed women through numerous emails. NFL and the Giants have had no official comment on the matter as of yet. Seattle Seahawks, as we were just talking about, they're going to be going up for sale after the Super Bowl, according to sources. Now, the Paul G. Allen estate has denied that they are for sale, but apparently, according to sources, sale discussions have been taking place at ownership and league levels for the past week. Sportico values the Seahawks at $6.59 billion, but sources have told ESPN that they could fetch $7 to $8 billion in this process. Patriots quarterback Drake May missed practice today with an illness. Coach Mike Vrabel told reporters that today he also was limited in practice on Thursday as he deals with the right shoulder injury, but Vrabel says there's no concern that May will be affected in the Super Bowl. Patriots, Seahawks in the Super Bowl, Seattle 4.5-point favorites. MVP Nikola Jokic, he's been out since December 29th with a bone bruise in his left knee. He is planning on making his return tonight against the Los Angeles Clippers. Former Charlotte Hornet and UCLA standout wing Amari Bailey, he's attempting to become the first player to return to college basketball after appearing in actual NBA games. Bailey left UCLA after one season, played 10 games in the NBA with the Hornets over the past years, but he has hired an attorney and will attempt to fight for his eligibility to go back to college. For more sports scores and stories in 30 minutes, I'm Stephen Vaughn from the George McCoy Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks, don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of Ducks Game Day. Before and after every Ducks football game this season. The Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Sook sticking around for the Advocates. We've said on this program many, many times, bad things happen. And sometimes they happen to bad people, sometimes they happen to good people. But the bottom line is life can be unpredictable. So one day you're crossing the street and next thing you know, someone comes across, sideswipes you. Maybe you're at work, you have a slip and fall. Who knows? But all of a sudden you find yourself injured, you can't go to work, you got hospital bills piling up, and if anyone's ever seen what a surgery bill looks like, that's very depressing. And all of a sudden you got a bunch of creditors breathing down your neck, and your work's harassing you because you're not there, and you don't know what to do, and it feels overwhelming, and no one's there to help you. When you call the insurance company, and they basically tell you to go F yourself. What do? You call the Advocates. Because I promise you, those people on the other side have a bunch of attorneys that don't give two craps about you, and you should have one too. And the beauty part about the Advocates is they don't cost you a dime. It's free to talk to them. It's free to hire them. You will never write them a check. And I'm telling you, the last couple of years, we've got to know Ken, Donnie, that whole staff. They do a really good job, and they hate insurance companies as much as you do. So if you find yourself in a pickle and something bad has happened and you're missing work and you're injured and you got a bunch of bills and you don't know what to do, make that first call or the last one. Even if it's been a while and you feel like, man, I should have called them by now. It's never too late. Pick up the phone, give them a call, and I'll make it easy for you. Just go to advocateslaw.com. Plus, you can see Ken We're a little behind today in a shocking turn of events. Hey, we were on time earlier. That's all that matters.
Last 2 days.
Yeah, but we were on time for TV. Suck it, fan man.
You can't expect 3 days in a row.
No. Well, we were on time all 3 days for the TV.
There we go. And
4
that's what
o'clock.
matters, right?
Yeah, well, that's what matters. You know, that 5 o'clock segment. And by the time we get to like 6:50 something, buckle up.
We're just trying to get out of the show at that
Exactly.
Here's the thing. For a whole hour, we're supposed to be like on time, and then that's an hour of behaving. So, of course, coming out of it at 5, we're going to have a 27-minute segment and screw it up.
It happens. It happens to the best of us. Joey Harrington, by the way, will join us at 5:30. There you go. And I promise you we will not be on the clock for that. I do not think, if there is one segment that we butcher the clock for on a weekly basis, it would be Joey Harrington. I guess Steven has already gotten to the point where he's like frantically waving. We're like, we'll get to it eventually.
You guys enjoy. You guys just start going off though. You go on tangents. You start story time. It's literally story time, and so it's like, who am I to say stop?
Exactly.
So it got recorded at 2. I didn't get the sitter until about 1:30.
What are you talking about? That's live,
Live and in charge.
every Friday.
My bad. Are
Live.
we not supposed to? Is that not supposed to be?
It's live.
Okay, it's live.
Live today.
How dare you insinuate that is ever a tape segment?
Well, anyway, never mind.
Yes, I'm sure you're going to be great in that Joey Harrington
You know what?
segment.
I think I might have to make a call.
I think that's what happens.
Yeah, you better call the sitter at that point. Yeah,
Just to check in.
Yeah, 5:30.
For maybe
Call the
45 minutes.
It is January 30th in the year of our Lord 2026, and that means it is time for In the News. Your noted news contributor sitting in for your noted newsman, still on vacation in Mexico. He'll be gone at least through Wednesday. Thursday's
Friday.
Monday.
Oh.
Thursday's the day. We're waiting. He told me that he'll keep me updated. He's been gone to Mexico for a week. I haven't heard a peep from him. Will he be back on Thursday? That is the Vegas odd. And I'm telling you right now, no is a heavy favorite.
No has been bet into oblivion.
Yes. The line may get taken off the board. Friday is up for debate. And then the big one, if you want to make some money, it's Monday. Because that's the day after the Super Bowl. That's kind of the sports radio Super Bowl. But every time he travels, he gets ill. Supposed to be back Thursday, Friday. So if he comes back in traditional Rob sense, gets sick on Friday, does he rally for a Monday show?
My new goal is to somehow find a way to get ROP odds on Kalshi, the site where you can bet anything.
So good.
What if we had a Will ROP be back Friday?
Friday, Monday. I mean, because
We really do need this.
And just see
we
where
should.
the action
a
goes.
primetime sports book on cash.
I think it's a great idea.
Salespeople get on the phone here.
it is National Fun at Work Day. Does anyone, we have a pretty good gig, but for the most part, does anyone have fun at work? This is a fun job, but have you ever gone to work and someone's like, hey, everybody, we're going to have fun at work today. We're going to have a pizza party. We're not going to give you good insurance and we're not going to give you a bonus or whatever, but we'll give you some pizza and we'll let you wear a sombrero.
Traditional jobs, no.
Yeah.
So I do this, and I also cover the recruiting side of things. I went to a camp this weekend, and I had an absolute blast.
Did you?
Watching high school football, talking to the kids, talking to the parents. Oh my gosh,
I bet you
that
did.
is like my heaven. I had so much fun.
That's your heaven?
It's so fun. Yeah, I love it.
Boy, your idea of heaven and my idea of heaven are two entirely different things.
I found a niche for
Well, that's
myself to
good.
do a job. I really enjoy it.
Steven, have you ever had fun at work? You strike me as someone that has not had fun
I
at
would
work.
argue if we have a pizza party at work, that's not fun. I have to talk to people and be in the same room as other people. That is not.
Do you
not like pizza?
No,
you seem
I
like
love-
a guy who
I
might
like
not
pizza.
like.
I don't like people.
Yeah.
I'm a very introverted person.
Oh, you don't like people?
No, I
I'm
don't wanna
just
talk to
getting to
anybody.
know Steven, and that's where I was looking at him and I was like, that's someone that's not having fun at work.
No. That is any type of convention or work together thing. I'm right out.
So you would much rather do this than sometimes you're on site at an event. Now, the producer generally stays in the booth and you're here.
I've done live
However,
stuff.
do you enjoy that at all? They've done it at a bar where we have drinks and I've gone and been on a segment and we're all having drinks talking on the radio. Would you want to do it that way, or would you rather be like, hey guys, I'll produce from the booth in the studio?
I don't mind it. The thing is that I'm good at talking to people out in the wild. I don't like to do it though. And so it's one of those things where people can't understand, what do you do for a living? Oh, I talk. And I don't like talking to people.
You? That kind of thing?
Yeah. So I don't mind going out and talking to the fans. I think it's fun.
I'm good as long as it's a bar. You get me in a bar, we're going to get chatty.
Golf course?
Nah.
Bar adjacent, there's beers.
I mind my own business.
You
But
don't, you don't like golfing?
I like golfing.
Okay.
I'm just saying, where I get into a pub at a bar.
Okay.
If I go to a bar within 20 minutes, I've got 3 new bar buddies. I'm like, hey, Toddy, you need a topper? What's happening over here? Do you need something? And I'm friends with the bartender within, a few minutes. Like, I believe bars, if you're struggling to make friends or connections, go to a bar. Like, I'm convinced that young people that are all depressed and like boo-hoo, I think it's because they don't drink. Go out to a bar, put your elbows on 3 feet of mahogany and meet some people. It's the great American meeting place. So if to me, I can be very quiet and like on my own, but if you get me in a bar, I am not going to sit at the end of the bar and mind my own business. I will be at a bar and we're going to commune.
I'm the same.
That's what bars
That's how
are for.
I am too. If I'm out in public and I need to talk to people, I'm fine talking to people. I like to meet people, but in general, I'm just gonna be by myself.
One of the absolute funniest times for me is Soup talking about the very first time he ever talked about his favorite bartenders, and he's talking about going to the bar, and he's like, in fact, I might go there after work today. And the text line's like, hey, Soup, we're waiting for you, big guy. And it was like 2 of them messaged in that like, we're at the bar right now listening to you. And I was like, you really do know those.
Shout out Nicholas. Shout out Seth.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
And then they both immediately hit the text line. It was very funny.
It is interesting. I do have I have several bartenders across this fine city because you can't just have a bar on this side, then you gotta have a bar on the east side, then you gotta have a you gotta have
different vibe bars.
Different vibes, yeah. Currently exploring the Rhinestone right now as a possible east side bar. It's one that we're in the, it's like finding a good bar. It's like a relationship. It's like dating. You start out, you don't just go in for a one night stand. If you're trying to form a lasting relationship, there's some, you got to wine them. You got to dine them a little bit. You got to see what's happening. And right now I'm in the flirtation because my buddy lives on the east side. We have a local bar here. Shout out Jerry's. But I'm in the process of we're like we need a bar on this side. And so we're in the process right now of we're dating around a little bit. But I will tell you, we got a couple prospects.
Like, if you go all the way on the first date, it's fun.
Yeah.
But it may not be a keeper.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you want to wine and dine it.
Yeah,
you
see what happens.
you want to get to know somebody
yeah.
first and see if there's a real connection.
All right, when we come back, what do we got? We got some things to do this weekend. I'll tell you what's going on important. It's kind of a slow news day. And be on the lookout because we got some illness. We got some outbreaks happening. That when we come back in the news here on The Fan. We were talking about Rob being ill, and believe me, when he comes up against school, he will be ill. But there's something going around, and it is a little something called the norovirus. In fact, a couple school districts are having to close schools out in the Corbett School District, East Multnomah County. They announced that all their schools were closed on Thursday after a significant number of students and staff related illnesses. So just keep an eye out there. We're in the midst of cold and flu season, so everyone be smart, wash your hands, do all that. I know that no one, COVID's not a thing anymore. We're kind of over that, but you still can get quite ill out there. So I had a bunch of people in my family over the last month all come down with something kind of nasty. In fact, Rob just missed a few shows. What was that, 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago he had something. He said it was very much like the flu where he got sick a few weeks before that. So don't be Rob out there. Everyone be smart.
This time I got sick was a lot like the last time I got sick when I got sick the last time.
Sook's up on all the flus because Rob gets all the flus. All the strains of flu, Isaac Rob's going to get it, so Sook knows all about it.
Well, it is kind of weird because Rob's a germaphobe. So if you notice, when he comes in, he wipes everything down. He's full on, kind of paranoid about everything. I am not. I am often yelled at by people in my family. I wash my hands after going to the bathroom, but I may have I got a little skin condition going on right now. That's from a mat. Don't worry about that. Just a little touch of the ringworm. But no, so last night I was fixing my oven and my stove. So I had a bunch of cuts on my hand. There's a bunch of sheet metal in there. So I had 7 cuts across my hand and underneath this thing, so my hands are filthy and dirty. I'm getting ready to go to bed and my gal turns to me and goes, "Did you wash your hands?" I'm like, "Are you kidding me? You just watched me for the last 2 hours digging around in an oven. And you saw me bleeding and you didn't think that I would bother to wash my hands?" She's like, "I'm just checking."
So the answer was yes this time.
Yes. But I'm also one of those people that believes, let your immune system breathe a little bit. Get out there.
I'm in that wheelhouse.
Yeah.
If I'm doing something in the yard and then I come in, and I don't mean digging in the dirt with my hands, but if I'm doing something in the yard, maybe I'm mowing the lawn or whatever, I'll come in and eat without having wash my hands again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I do this show, I don't then wipe the table down and everything. You do need some exposure to germs to help build your immune system. That might be part of Rob's problem.
Exactly.
He lives in too sterile of environment, goes on vacation, can't control it, gets everything.
I'm going to start sneezing on him. Well, if you're looking for something to do this weekend, this is our last little piece of news because there's not a lot going on right now. There is a Taylor party going on at the Revolution Hall. That's tonight, where if you want to go and sing and dance along to Taylor Swift's greatest tunes. There's a NoPo Winter Beer Festival. That's going on at Stormbreaker Brewing. That's over on Beach Street. That'll be going on all weekend if you want to go out and do a little drinky drink. The Oregon Lunar New Year celebration. That'll be happening at the Keller Auditorium. That's on Saturday if you want to go check that out. There's also a Broadway rave. That's at the Hawthorne Theater on Saturday. And get this, if you're looking for some family wholesome fun, Tula 2's first birthday party will be this Sunday from 9:30 to 4 o'clock at the Oregon Zoo. Tula 2, by the way, the new adorable baby elephant.
There we go.
So if you're looking for something to do this weekend, that's what to do. When we come back, do a little headlines, and then Joe Harrington will join us for 2 segments in the 5 o'clock hour before we move into the club. You got 105.1 The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Giants co-owner Steve Tisch. He was connected today to the Jeffrey Epstein and the Epstein files. Tisch received scouting reports on women from Epstein, and the two men discussed women through numerous emails. No word from the NFL or the New York Giants on this matter as of yet. Seattle Seahawks, they are going to go up for sale after the Super Bowl, according to sources. Sale discussions have taken place at ownership and the league levels for at least the past week. Sportigo values the Seahawks at $6.59 billion, which is 14th highest in the league, but one team exec said that they should fetch $7 to $8 billion. The Paul G. Allen estate has come out with a statement saying they are not for sale, but we shall see what happens after the game. Patriots quarterback Drake May, he missed practice today with an illness. Coach Mike Vrabel told reporters that today, but he also was limited to practice on Thursday with a right shoulder injury, although there is no concern that he may miss the Super Bowl or anything of that nature. Seahawks 4.5-point favorites over the Patriots. MVP center Nikola Jokic, he's been out since September 29th with a bone bruise in his left knee. He is going to make his return tonight against the Los Angeles Clippers. Former Charlotte Hornet and UCLA five-star wing Amari Bailey is attempting to become the first player to return to college basketball after appearing in actual NBA games. Bailey left UCLA after his freshman season. He then went on to play 10 games for the Hornets in the past 2 years, but Bailey has hired an attorney and will attempt to get eligibility back on the college level. For more sports scores and stories in 30 minutes, I'm Stephen Vaughn from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Welcome in. Happy Friday to you. A West Coast biased edition. Andrew Nemec. There's Stephen Vaughn in there. If you ever want to hear our stupid little football podcast that we do, you can look that up. Find us on Twitter, Nemec, Sukanik, or, the West Coast bias. Look it up. We do a little football thing where we try to throw mostly college football center. But if you ever want, the idea of, I wish you guys talked more football, well, there you go. And when Rob's out, Nemec's kind enough to fill in for us. Interesting little Friday. I see the Blazers are getting thumped. That's kind of fun. I kind of forgot they were playing that early game on the East Coast, so they're currently getting their teeth kicked in. I don't know what to make of the Blazers. 31-17 right now against the Knicks. Every time I feel like the Blazers are fun and they're starting to kind of make progress, and I start to be like, I don't know, maybe this could be a fun team. Play in, give someone a run. Then they go on one of these streaks where they lose 5 of 6 and just look terrible doing it, and they can't play a lick of defense.
The other day, Suk, you talked about hope with the Blazers.
Yeah.
Trading for Jan. This is the scary part about hope. Anytime you get hope, especially with the Blazers, they're going to pull the rug out from underneath you.
Well,
every time.
And it also seems like now, on a national basis, for a 48-hour window there, people were like, oh, Giannis and the Blazers, that seems to have gone away.
It's fizzled away.
It just disappeared at all. For a while, the Blazers were getting mentioned in that, and now it's just vanished, like a virgin on prom night. Just poof, it's gone.
Then they lost to the Wizards. Now they're getting crushed by the Knicks. Yeah, season's over.
Hey, don't worry, Scoot's coming back soon, right?
He's back, baby.
The hard part with the Blazers, if you look at it, I think the NBA is largely a star-driven league, right? Your number one and your number two have to be great.
Yeah.
The Blazers' number one is very good. He's an all-star.
Denny's great.
Denny Avdija.
Denny's really good.
Look at the West. Nowhere near Shea,
Hey, we got
Jokic,
Scoot coming
Wemby.
back. What are you talking about?
And then you
Jan
look
Hudson,
at it.
G League All-Star. What are we doing?
The way you
Rising
overcome
star.
your number one player not being at the top is that your number two player is very close to as good as your number one player. See potentially the Boston Celtics, who have a pair of superstars. The Blazers have Denny Avdija, who no one would say would carry water of the elite superstars in the NBA.
Yeah.
And then who's their second best player?
Well,
That plays. It's Dame, but that plays.
I guess it'd probably be Sharp. Maybe if you want to go.
Drew Holiday. I would say Drew Holiday is probably their second best player.
Well, that's
right
good
now.
because he never plays.
Yeah, he never
on,
plays.
on the wrong side of
Moly.
30.
This is
He's
my
still
point.
good. He's still a good player.
The problem with the Blazers is ultimately when it comes down to it. And look, this is true across any sport. The reason why the Seattle Seahawks are in the Super Bowl is the last 4 years of the draft. If you look at their draft the last 4 years, that is why Seattle is in the Super Bowl. And then you supplement that with some nice free agent moves. Like you got to get Sam Darnold and you make a good decision at the head coaching position. But make no mistake about it. The drafting of Witherspoon, the drafting of Byron Murphy, making the deal to go out and get Leonard Williams.
Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Right? And Gray Zabel has been a revelation for them at guard.
Both running backs.
Yes.
I mean,
Charles Cross. This is all.
Nick Emanwari.
Yeah.
Basically the entire team.
And that's in 4 years. That's in 4 years of the draft, right? And then again, you make I'm trying to think free agent wise. You have Leonard, or the trades or free agent. You had Leonard Williams, you had Sam Darnold, and maybe Ernest Jones, right? So supplemented, but this is mainly homegrown. So Denny Avia obviously came over via trade, and Denny's your best player. That's your Leonard Williams. But the problem you have with it is the number 3 draft pick is Scoot, and we have no idea what the hell Scoot is. Zero. And does anyone have any belief whatsoever that Scoot is even going to turn into a solid starting player in the NBA? You hope he right now it feels like his ceiling is starting player. Not elite starting player, not even very good starting player, just starting point guard. And that's the ceiling. Shaden Sharp, who was the number 5 overall pick, if I'm not mistaken? 7. So then we go to Shaden Sharp. He's fine. Shaden Sharp, in all honesty, he's a dime a dozen in the NBA. He just is. He's a young athletic guy that shows flashes, and on occasional he can carry your team.
He's an inefficient scorer who can't really shoot, but can get you 22 a night. Like, you can find guys that can score 15 points a night in the NBA. Like, that's not hard.
It's not hard. And then Klingon would be your other one, and he's good. He's offensive liability, but he's a great rebounder.
Great rim protector.
And he will be a solid big in this league.
Andre Drummond-ish.
He is a solid,
sort of, yeah.
Yeah, he is a solid big.
That's his ceiling, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
Tyson Chandler, that ceiling.
No, and I think you're both right on that. And to Andrew's point, the NBA is about stars. It is, and the Blazers don't have that star, and that's also the hardest thing to get.
Well, the problem is that your opportunities to have them for the most part
is the draft. Especially for a team like Portland that can't sign free agents and doesn't really make big time splash at trade.
And you've had 3 bites at the apple over the last couple years.
You get the 3rd pick of the draft.
Yes, and Klingon, Sharp, and Scoot. And I'm not ready to say any of those guys are busts. I think that's a false narrative. You say that those guys are busts. But if you're trying to get somewhere other than being the 8 seed, when you have those bites at the apple, they can't be this. They just can't be. You can make the argument that their best players are Denny Avia. Well, there is no argument. It's Denny, Holiday, and then I think a lot of people really like Kamara.
Yeah.
And again, that's another guy that you brought over via trade, who's a nice piece. Again, he's not a superstar or whatever, but he was an all-NBA defender last year. And so you've done a nice job of finding the Sam Darnolds. You've done a nice job of finding the Ernest Jones. But where you find the elite players, the Jackson Smith and Jigbas, the difference between the Seattle Seahawks and let's say the Green Bay Packers is the Green Bay Packers have wasted how many first-round or second-round picks over the last couple of years on receivers?
Yeah.
On whether it's Dobbs, whether it's Watson, and
Matthew Golden this time around.
Yes, and they're just guys. Whereas Seattle spent a pick, and they have arguably one of right now the 3 best receivers in the NFL, and that's the difference between one. You put Jackson Smith and Jigba in Green Bay, that's a different Green Bay offense.
That's a Green Bay team that has a chance to win the Super Bowl.
And if you take Jackson Smith and Jigba off of the Seahawks, I don't know if they're here right now. I mean, their offense is okay. I think most years, this year, it's been like somewhere between 10 and 13.
Yep.
But their whole production in their passing offense is Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yeah.
And so when I look at the Blazers, I just look at their draft picks, and that's ultimately what decides your fate in this league, unless you're the Lakers and you trade for Luka or something, which isn't happening. And it sounds like we're no longer in the mix for Giannis. And you can't keep hitting even if you want to say that Klingon's a double, Sharp is a double, and Scoot right now appears to be a single, that doesn't get you anywhere. It just doesn't.
Yeah, well, I think they did draft potentially more than a double in last year's draft, and it was Cedric Coward, who, by all accounts, has a chance to be a first-team All-NBA or All-Rookie guy,
Yes,
and
but he
they
is
traded him, moved down, and took Young Hansen.
Yeah.
So you could argue that Coward was the best pick they've made at the slot in the last 4 or 5 years, and he was traded away for a dude who they essentially made an exemption for to put him in the rookie-sophomore G League All-Star game.
I would push back a little bit on this. Coward is also 23 years old, very old coming to the NBA. A lot of times those guys don't improve a lot. He's more of a shooter. He's not even really a scorer. He's more of a shooter. Those guys can translate a little bit easier, but I'm with you.
Would you rather have Coward or Scoot?
Yes, I'm not arguing that.
No, play it out. Would you rather have Coward or Scoot? Honestly, as an asset.
I'd rather have Scoot, actually.
Okay, well, I'd rather have Coward.
You rather have Scoot right now?
Right now than Coward?
Yeah.
Okay,
I think there's still more unknown about Scoot Henderson of what he could be. I don't think he's going to be a great player by any means.
Alongside Dame, which you brought back?
Right. I would love that.
Which one of those is playing off the ball next year, by the way?
Dame.
What do the Blazers need most right now?
Shooting.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm not saying he's a bad player. I'm just saying that it just like in the NFL, if you're going to draft a guy as a role player, it's easier to translate to that at certain positions.
I think you could make an argument that Coward, for his cost, for his level, is the most valuable asset of those. I don't know if the Grizzlies would trade Coward on a rookie deal for Sharp now.
Probably not.
I don't think they'd trade. I don't know if they'd trade him for Klingon, and they definitely wouldn't trade him for an injured Scoot.
Yeah.
That tells me Coward's the most valuable asset. The Blazers' most valuable asset in the draft in the last 5 years, they traded away to move down and draft Young Hansen. That's a concern.
100%. When you look at Portland, when they have been relevant, they were relevant with Dame because they hit a home run. They were relevant with B. Roy because they hit a home run. They were relevant with LaMarcus because they hit a home run. And now Odin, that was a swing and a miss. But look, franchises rise and fall with hitting home runs. We were talking about Cooper Flagg, and him and Knipple, the exciting whites, having that great duel. Cooper Flagg is a difference maker.
Yep.
And when Kyrie comes back in Dallas, as crappy as they did with Luka, how's that looking with Anthony Davis? I mean, even with that botched, you look at what they have, and they have a guy they can build around. San Antonio right now is, with the exception of Oklahoma City, is probably the most exciting young team in the NBA. Why? Mm-hmm. Stephen Castle and Wembanyama.
Dylan Harper.
And Dylan Harper. And you look at that, and the Rockets. The Rockets have hit home runs. And right now Portland is hitting doubles.
Right.
And you can't hit doubles and expect to get somewhere other than kind of the play-in. And I think it's been a fun team to watch. I think this year has been, when I've seen them play, it's been an entertaining year. But ultimately, I feel like at the end of this is going to be weird. This is going to feel like another lost season and another kick the can down the road. And my fear is that we're going to go into next year, and you know where we're going to get sold? Well, Dame's back. So
that's my fear too.
So everything's going to be fine when Dame comes back, and then I'm going to scratch my head and be like, well, Dame was in Milwaukee with Giannis, and it led to nothing. And now we've got another 2 years on Dame and an Achilles tear. And now this kind of weird thing of what do you do with Scoot and Dame, and we're going to get sold this. And that's my fear is everything's fine. Don't worry, Dame's here. And I'm not certain at this point that solves anything for you.
It definitely shouldn't solve anything because it won't. I can tell you that. Dame was already falling off a little bit with Milwaukee before the injury. The thing about Scoot is Scoot's still only 21 years old. Like, he is still a very young player. He's still very raw. He has shown some flashes last season as a 20-year-old on the NBA level. To translate to play point guard in the NBA is by far the hardest position in all of the league. So I still do have hope that Scoot can figure something out.
I was told that he was the prospect that was not going to struggle because he was that good.
I agree. That's what
I'm just saying. I was told that.
I can go back and tell you. I'll show some of my clips I had. That was not my take on it, but I did like his athleticism and his strength that he had. I'm not trying to argue he's going to be great, but I think he has a lot more potential still, even coming off of this injury. Denny is by far the best player on this team, not even close. They don't have that superstar player. They have Denny, who's a 2-ish on a really good team. And then after that, you have a bunch of 4s, 5s, 6s all over this roster, which is good to fill it out. But as you guys have said, it's all about the stars. The Blazers need that go-to guy, and you can't acquire those very easily. It's by draft, and they've swung and missed on the superstars with all those picks.
Yeah. Because even finding guys in the draft that are solid players, it just doesn't move the needle.
It doesn't.
You have to supplement it with someone that really is a difference maker. All right, we come back. The business of the NFL and some really, really bad news out of the NFL today that is not getting talked about enough. We talked about it. We'll probably bring it up again. And then Joey will join us at 5:30. 105.1 The Fan. Jerry Harrington coming up in about 10 minutes or so. Got to go over some NFL headlines. At least I can say that it's made kind of the front page. It's not the lead story on any of the major websites, ESPN, SI, Yahoo Sports, but it is at least appearing now in the columns. The lead story right now on ESPN.com is Raptors Magic, because buckle up with that when those two teams meet. But the Epstein files, were, I guess 3 million of them were released today, 3 million document pages. And turns out that Giants co-owner and CEO Steve Tisch is not named in the Epstein files. There's emails between Steve Tisch and Jeffrey Epstein. And turns out that he is a sex trafficker along with Jeffrey Epstein. So that's somewhat problematic. And so far, we've yet to hear anything from the NFL. No statement from the Giants. No statement from Tisch. And honestly, it's been a couple hours, and I haven't even seen a major article outside of The Athletic. They were the ones that originally had the piece. And it's only in the last maybe 20 minutes or so that it's even popped up on the top headlines. And it is not the top headline, but I just think that speaks volumes to how cowardly some of these networks and news media outlets are to the juggernaut that is the NFL. And for the NFL, what a horrible look. I mean, honestly, I'm embarrassed for the NFL because they try to do all this social justice and, oh, we care. And yet here you have one of 32 owners, one of the more powerful franchises, and a billionaire owner who just got caught with his hand in the illegal cookie jar and about as bad as it could be. And so far, mum from the NFL. It's an embarrassing look.
So you'd say, okay, maybe ESPN is, pimping, bad choice of words there, but is highlighting their own coverage of an NBA game. So they want to prop up their TV stuff. So go to NFL. So you go to the NFL page. The number one story is NFL betting wrapped. Seahawks, Patriots Super Bowl fitting into off the charts season. Again, all within the realm of betting. It's an off the charts betting season. Yeah. So propping up gambling. And that story on Tisch is a bullet point on the top headlines. It's not center. And I haven't seen it front and center anywhere except The Athletic, who, to their credit, had a story up almost immediately that has been updated multiple times.
And by the way, this isn't Steve Tisch getting named in the Epstein files. This is email communication from Steve Tisch and Jeffrey Epstein talking about getting scouting reports on girls, asking, are they professional or not? There's one point where Jeffrey Epstein says to Steve Tisch, I'm uncomfortable having this conversation on the record. I mean, what more do you what more do you need? And yet we were wondering, does this actually lead to anything? Because we've seen other leagues force owners out. In fact, we saw Daniel Snyder kind of forced out of the NFL for kind of being a bit of a sleaze. This isn't kind of being a sleaze. You're a sex trafficker, and more than likely a sex trafficker of underage girls. I mean, at what point is enough for fans? At what point is enough for the NFL? I mean, my God.
There are 3 million pages. There are apparently hundreds of videos and audio, and you can see in those videos that some of these girls are like prepubescent.
Yes.
So it's not in theory. This is not a report. No. It's not going to be a book like the 9/11 Commission report where you could say they covered something up.
This is what Steve Tisch did.
These are text messages back and forth.
Yes.
These are emails back and forth. And a lot of people are named in these. Elon Musk is named in this. Bill Gates is named in this. Donald Trump is named in this. It sounds like Bill Clinton is named in this. There are a lot of people named, and all of them, if you have documentation where they're very clearly talking about it, they all need to be in trouble. Yes. And I don't care what anyone's political affiliation is. I don't care how much money they make. I don't care what they invest in.
Yeah.
If you dabble in child sex trafficking,
you would think that's
my hard line. It's one of them. That's a hard line, and it should be for every American. And if it's not, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, someone say Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, doesn't even have it on the website. This is it's kind of so disappointing because this happened in the 3 o'clock hour when we were both having the conversation, and we're like, I'm convinced politically that nothing will change. Like it feels like we're in an era now where all you have to do is just be like, no, not real. Prove it. Nah. Oh, there is proof. Nope. And it's just become such tribal warfare. It doesn't matter. But I would think in terms of sports, in terms of business, that it would matter. And yet here we are multiple hours into this, and it doesn't seem to matter. That no one is willing to call the NFL to the carpet on this. And I get it right now. It's Friday. On the East Coast, it's after 8 o'clock. Everyone's gone. But this weekend's rolling through. Monday is media day at the Super Bowl. At what point does this become a major topic of conversation at the Super Bowl? Or again, all the media outlets got to bow down and continue to put their heads so far up the ass of the NFL that no one's willing to discuss this.
And
we had an NBA owner that got dragged through the mud, and rightfully so, for having some racist views. That was it. He said he didn't want his girlfriend taking photos with African Americans. And that was enough to get him drummed out of the league. You have a guy child sex trafficking. And right now, apparently in the NFL, we're like, well, let's talk about the Seahawks being sold. Let's talk about the NFL betting lines. Let's talk about the salary cap going up, which, by the way, it is going up quite a bit.
Yep.
$20 million. And that, like, we were going to talk about the finances of the NFL today, and then this kind of came across our plate. And it kind of derailed us a little bit, but it is kind of shocking on a national landscape how this doesn't seem to be derailing a lot of people.
And I said right away before, because we first saw it on Twitter and thought the stories will come. For people who don't know, we didn't jump on this as soon as we realized it wasn't everywhere. We kind of saw it as it was breaking news on Twitter and then expected to see it places. And at that point, I speculated in an earlier segment, I do wonder if because there is a push to make this sound like a nothing burger. And by the way, if you're of that opinion that the Epstein files are a nothing burger, you're insane. Because there are emails, there are text messages, they are not fake, they are real. It's not a report about it. It's the actual stuff. There's videos, again, you can watch it yourself. You can hear it yourself. So there's no way to call it a nothing burger. But because that seems to be the way it's getting pitched by some, it seems like there's almost a trickle-down effect to if at the very top we're saying this is nothing and fake news and we're not going to delve into it, then therefore everyone can kind of get behind, hey, we're just going to all collectively ignore this. And the problem is if enough people who are in this, if someone comes out and says we're taking Bill Gates' name off this building, if the Giants get rid of the owner, well, if everyone else in the Epstein files is in huge trouble, except the guy at the very top, President Trump, it looks bad. But if everyone lets it go, then hey, see, it turns out it really is nothing. And so far, and it's damning, and I haven't been through all of it, but I have skimmed it and perused it. It's really bad. And there are a lot of people in there that I think differently about and will forever because of it. And the fact that it doesn't seem like anyone, any business, forget the NFL, although that's bad, we haven't seen really statements from anybody's businesses or charities that's involved in this stuff that says, hey, we are looking into this. Everyone's just kind of moving on.
It's weird times. I really thought that the NFL I thought this would be a real S-storm for the NFL because the NFL certainly cares about their reputation and maybe it eventually will. But as of right now, not a peep. And major NFL sites, if it's on their pages, it's buried on their pages. So weird times.
It doesn't appear to be a story at all in any capacity on NFL.com.
No.
just a heads up.
No.
They don't even have it on like a page 2. It just doesn't exist.
Well, we'll turn the page when we come back. Joey Harrington joins us for Not This. Thank God. Here, though, is Stephen with an update.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Giants co-owner Steve Tisch was connected to Jeffrey Epstein and the Epstein files released today. Tisch received scouting reports on women from Epstein, and the two men discussed women through numerous emails. No comment from the NFL, the Giants, or anybody of that nature. We will see what happens later on with these reports. Seahawks are going to go up for sale after the Super Bowl against the Patriots, according to sources. Sale discussions have taken place at ownership and league levels for at least the past week. Sportico values the Seahawks at $6.59 billion, but one team exec told ESPN that the Seahawks could fetch $7 to $8 billion on the open market. And on the other side, Patriots quarterback Drake May, he missed practice today with an illness. He also was limited to practice on Thursday as he deals with a right shoulder injury, but head coach Mike Vrabel has no concern that May will miss anything or have any hindrance in the Super Bowl against the Seahawks. Seattle 4.5-point favorites in the big game. MVP center Nikola Jokic, he's been out since December 29th with a bone bruise in his left knee. He is making his return tonight, though, on the court against the Los Angeles Clippers. And former Charlotte Hornet and UCLA wing Amari Bailey is attempting to become the first player to return to college basketball after appearing in actual NBA games. Bailey left UCLA after one season, played 10 games for the Hornets in the last 2 years, but he has hired an attorney and will attempt to go back to college. For more sports scores and stories in 30 minutes, I'm Stephen Vaughn from the Georgia Coy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call Georgia Coy at WarrenAllen.com.
$64,000.
Waking up on Monday and the coffee just can't quite wash away last night's 6-pack of hams. But Tuesday brings the promise of making things all right, but you still drive to work in your family's minivan. The doctor calls on Wednesday right before your flight to talk about your colorectal exam. You're back to work on Thursday and your boss is all uptight 'cause you didn't push your best-selling brand. But now it's the Friday drive and it's story time. Yes, it's story time. The one time a week when you can truly plan to kick back and listen to story time. Yes, it's story time. We're pushing it out on every airwave we can. We're on both 105.1 and 1080 The Fan. Part of the Fan's Global Sports Radio Network.
He joins us each and every Friday, and dare I say, like we kind of oscillate between Football Friday and Story Time. This is our first non-Football Friday in a while, and we only have one more Football Friday left. J. Joseph Harrington, how are you coping with a weekend without football? You're fine, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm fine.
You're fine. You're like, I'm fine. Yeah. Well, a lot of Americans aren't. They're having to speak to their family, spend time with the kids, find something else to. For a lot of people, this is like a weird withdrawal sort of weekend. It's like the Sunday scaries because next week after the Super Bowl, it's kaput.
Well, see, here's the thing: is you need to branch out, to diversify.
Yes.
Right. That's what I have come to appreciate is my football Fridays or my football weekends.
Yeah.
Generally start at 7 a.m. on Saturday with the Wrexham match, right? Which is technically football.
Technically, it's footy.
Technically football.
Yeah, little footy.
Yeah, and then you go to the 9 a.m. Premier League match.
Yeah.
Right. And then you do your thing during the day, catch a couple early college games. Come back to the Oregon game at 4:00. Like that, and then Sunday, you have the Sunday night game on in the background. Like you just kind of have to diversify it's like investing, right? You are investing in your sports. What's the word? Not sports happiness, but like sports. If you put all your eggs in one basket, if you put all your eggs in the AI basket or in the tech, the real estate, like exactly, it's going to burst. It's going to stop at some point. But if you have diversified, therefore, when one leaves, it's like, okay, I know it's going to be back at some point. Well, and in the meantime, I have this other thing which still brings me joy.
Well, I want to ask you something because it's just like I wasn't planning on this. Actually, I have big footy news, but we'll get to that because we got like half hour here. But you struck my interest there because I am not football obsessed. And we both played at a high level, and you don't seem football obsessed either. And obviously, you further than me, but we both achieved some level of success playing this silly oblong football game. And a lot of people that I know were obsessed with it, and I mean, it is their life, and that was never my thing. And I wonder sometimes if that hindered me, if because it wasn't my life. While I think I was a better person for it, if it affected me. Were you ever football obsessed, or are you like me where it never was that way? And do you think that hindered you? I'm just interested when you were in the thick of it.
When you say hindered, let me ask for clarification.
Okay.
Hindered or kept us from being, Hall of Famers.
I think if I had
on the field, is that what you're saying?
If I had a better mentality, if it meant more to me, and look, I think I got pretty close to squeezing out what I had out of it. Like I think I was somewhat limited, but I do feel had I had that obsessive love of football, I do think it would have served me well, and I would have gone further. How about that?
I 100% agree with that.
Do you, or are you that same way?
The only reason not the only reason, but what differentiated me from every other, mildly athletic, not fast, 6'4", quarterback in the country who thought well and had a good arm. Like what differentiated me was the fact that I ate, slept, and drank the Rose Bowl.
So you were obsessed.
I was absolutely obsessed. It is. I'm not joking when I tell the story of, us as freshmen at Oregon. So after my freshman year, Coach Bellotti would have, at the end of the season, every player got 10 minutes, 15 minutes, can't remember what it was, but every player on roster got X amount of time to talk about whatever they wanted to. Right? One-on-one meeting with Coach Bellotti. It could be, why didn't I play? How can I get better? That's, most of the time what the conversations are around. Some guys talk politics. Some guys, whatever you wanted. My question to him as a freshman was looking around, why don't I see anything about winning a national championship here at Oregon? And he said, I'll never forget his answer to me. He said, because the seniors decided that if we set the national championship as a goal and we lose a game, then that goal is done. Yeah. But if we set the goal of of winning the conference and going to the Rose Bowl, then like they did in '94, you can lose 3 games and still end up achieving what you wanted. I said that's garbage, and I'm going to change that. And so that, whether it was that night or the next night after all the interviews were done, there was a group of about 6 or 7 of us freshmen that all were in the dorms and said, screw this, we are going to go win a national championship, and we are going to change how things operate here. So with that as my foundation, like literally every single thing I did was focused on that end goal. And it wasn't healthy. It wasn't. Yeah. It didn't prepare me for the failure I was going to eventually, hit in the NFL. But what it did do is it absolutely put me on a singular mindset and put me within reach of getting to that goal. Now, we obviously came up one spot short and didn't get a chance to play Miami, but we, because of that, we, our freshman class changed the trajectory or the mindset of the program. Now you're back to the long way to your original question was I get to the NFL and get my teeth kicked in for a couple years. And, essentially after a couple stops and, after trying to do what Sam Darnold has done and not be successful at it, I was sitting there, I was like, you know what? All the death threats, all the life sacrifices, is it really worth it? Like, what are we, back to kind of your point, like, is this obsession healthy? Is it going to lead to something? And it was at that point where I got to that point in my career, I'm 7-8 years into it. And, I've been bounced around from Detroit to Miami to Atlanta to New Orleans, and I got a call from Dirk Cutter, who was our old coordinator at Oregon, and he was the OC at Jacksonville. He's like, "All right, come to the Jaguars." And I was like, you know what? Thanks, but no thanks. Like this isn't all it's cracked up to be, and it's because of that. Because I had that moment where I was like, "Yeah, it's not the end all be all." Right. So kind of the two-sided answer to your question, I got to where I was because I was obsessed. That obsession absolutely drove and differentiated me from all the other, robot 6'4" quarterbacks out there. Sure. Well, it's interesting. When it came to the end of it, then, I didn't play for 14 years because I was like, no thanks. I'm going to go raise a family. Yeah.
Well, it's just I just thought about that because I didn't know you back then, right? I only know this version of Joey, and you always come across as more like me, where we don't live and die. I mean, this is what I do for a living, but I don't live and die with it. There's no real team that wrecks my mood, and most of the guys that I played with that got to your level or were as good as you never lose that obsession. Like they're either the Randy Mosses of the world that don't have to be obsessed because they're just the 1%. They're freaks. Right. Or they're like you and they're that obsessive and they never lose that obsession. It never goes away, that weird competitive thing.
Here's what I'll say is because I'm guessing the majority of the people that you are come in contact with are, let's say, offensive linemen, linebackers, tight ends, right? They never got drafted with the 3rd overall pick. They never had the expectations. They never had the public humiliation. They never had the getting knocked off a pedestal and having people be happy and like, flaming bags of dog poo on the doorstep kind of stuff, right? That changes your perspective. So if your career ends after going through stuff where you're trying and it's like, oh my God, this is so great, I can't believe I get to be a part of this game, then you're going to end with that obsession. But if your career takes a turn and the thing that brought you so much joy ended up bringing you at times fear, like you're going to have a mental shift and have kind of a come to Jesus like, God, is this like, what are we doing here?
Because I always wonder what it would, I just never had it. Like it just was never there for me. And I don't have any regrets about what I did, right? I feel like I had a decent run at it and hey, it didn't work. But I always wonder, the only thing I ever wonder is, and I don't obsess about it because it's just not me, that if I did have that single-minded obsession, I always wonder what that would have led to. But like it's not necessarily like a regret, because if you never had it, how do you convince yourself that it could have ever been?
What did you play when you were in Denver?
Yeah.
What'd you play at?
Weight wise?
Yeah.
Yeah, like 290.
290.
Yeah.
So how many, what are you, 6'4"?
Yeah, 6'3", 6'4".
6'4". How many 6'3", 290, 295 pound center guards are there out there?
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot.
Right? Thousands.
Thousands. Yes.
How many of them, so now you're like, this is what people don't understand is the difference, like what separates one from 1A, from 1B, from 1C, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I have 100, like that would be, how many times like you get into that locker room and it's like, there's that one dude who is there because like he will rip your throat out because it means so much to him. Yeah. And it's like, God, like he's not, Randy Moss. There's the example. So physically freak talent. It's like Michael Vick. Oh my God, that guy. Like he was amazing.
He's different.
But for every Michael Vick, you've got a couple guys. Oh God, I mean, of course I can't come up with a good example now, but who just Drew Brees.
Yeah.
A couple guys.
My in Denver was I had Rod Smith and Ed McCaffrey, and I'm telling you, those were two guys that were the most obsessive human beings in the world. And neither one of them was physically that great, but both played 10 plus years in the NFL because they were just obsessed.
Yes.
Obsessed.
Exactly.
And I'd watch Rod Smith and and he was like 12 years into his career. And I used to feel bad. I'm like, how come I can't, like, I think I work hard. Like I'm trying, but it wasn't that. And I just realized it just was never in me.
There's a difference between giving your full effort, which you absolutely did every day, and having it be your entire life.
Yeah.
And there is a difference between those two things.
Yeah.
And that is the line between having a cup of coffee and saying, you know what? Oh, I got here.
Yeah. And
ending up as a 10-year NFL vet.
Yeah.
Like that really is.
Yeah. When it was done for me after whatever 2 years and change or whatever, I was just like, all right, I got to figure out what to do. Yeah. And then I watched dudes who were trying to make it the 11th year. And you would have thought that making it the 11th year after they had a pension, they had millions of dollars, it meant more to them to make that 11th year, or were more paranoid about getting cut than I ever could have been. And it's weird to see that up close. I was watching the John Elway documentary on Netflix, and Elway's obviously a different animal, but like they brought his wife in, they didn't pull punches, and they said at one point, like John knew that to keep going in his career, he basically said it was going to be his marriage, and his wife said, "Yeah, we knew we were going to break up," and Elway was like, "I wanted to win a Super Bowl." Like it was just that was like I was like watching on camera, I was like, "Whoa." Like, been married to this woman forever. She's the mother of your kids, and you're both like, well, we can either stay married, John, or you can go to try to win that Super Bowl. And I was like, I'm winning a Super Bowl. It's just, that's a different human being.
It's not worth that much.
But it is to him.
Yeah, it is. And back to the original point of it, of like being so obsessed, with football that it drives your weekend mood, having it or not having it. If you don't have that experience of playing and, playing at that level and having, I don't want to say having pain come from it, like but having perspective come from it, that obsession will continue.
Yeah. Well, we don't have football this weekend, but we do have a Super Bowl in a couple weeks, so I want to ask you about that. And I told you before we got distracted there, I do have some footy news that I think you're going to enjoy. But you're going to have to stick around through the break. We'll bring you back, and we'll lead in with my big footy news that I'm happy you don't know this yet.
I was planning on actually leaving during the
Nope.
commercial, so
Too
good thing you said that, so I guess I'll come back.
Too late. You're sticking around. All right, we're back with Joey Harrington.
It's time for a Duck. And 1080 AM.
You always joined us in two big segments. Here comes number 2, and I teased. So I'm glad, because you're not like, you don't consume a lot of media information. You kind of seem like you're a guy that kind of, you got other stuff going on. So you probably missed the major announcement. Because we've talked about for a while that Soccer Souk is becoming a thing. I text you when I travel internationally. Because every time I travel, I'm
sure of you in Portugal.
Dude, I got to see Ronaldo score 2 goals. It was freaking awesome. He was like a sliver away from a hat trick.
There you go.
Yeah.
So I assume is this January transfer window news? Like, what are we talking about here? Because
it's the Timbers are training down in Palm Springs.
Okay.
But I am no longer Soccer Souk. No. Timber Souk. Because here on the Global Fan Network that you have dubbed the Global Fan Network, as you can hear in the jingle, we now, at the Fan, the official home of the Portland Timbers.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. That means I'm able to wield influence. I have access to players. I'm going to be causing problems. Yeah, it's a whole, I'm talking wood now. Let's go. Soccer Souk, no more. Timber Souk. I had Timber Joey in the other day. I'm trying to weasel my way into sawing the log. I think he's open to it.
That is awesome.
I was pretty excited about that. Like, soccer is one of those things. I know you're a diehard, and we've talked about it over the years, but soccer has kind of roped me in I'd probably say the last 5-6 years. I've kind of been roped in. It's kind of one of those like gradual builds. And so I thought it was really cool when I found out that we were getting the Timbers to kind of have that that kind of access to it. I was fired up.
So what does that get you? Like, do you get exclusive one-on-one interviews? Like, are we going to be? Could story time like involve like one of the Timbers players now?
Ooh, I like where we're going with this. Well, I mean, now that we are official partners, I mean, I feel like I can start throwing some weight around and start making some unnecessary demands. I'm like, let's go, Phil. I guess he wants to be called boss. I will say, yesterday they broke it up. Like the morning show got Phil, and then the afternoon show I think got their play-by-play guy. I got Timber Joey, but I wanted to talk to the boss because when he was suspended a couple years ago, if you remember, he had to watch a game up in the luxury suites, and my gal's company happened to have one of those. And so I'm sitting there kind of drinking, having a grand old time. And I look to the box next to me and there's just one guy in there and he's losing his freaking mind. And I was like, wait, everyone's like, ooh, why is that guy have a suite by himself? And those suites up there, like there's no barrier. Like you could reach out and touch him. Yeah. And I was like, guys, that's the head coach. And people were like, what? I'm like, that's the head coach. And watching him watch the game was better than any experience I've had. And at one point, the Timbers scored a goal. He was so excited. He was just looking to high five someone. Guess who was sitting in the box next to him? Next thing I know, we're double high fiving. Dude, me and Phil at this point are practically buddies. So I'm just I'm waiting. I'm like, yeah, you remember like 2 years ago? You remember a random high five, or should I say double high five? Yeah, Phil, that was me. Next thing you know, dude, I'm putting lineups in. Dude, I'm in charge. Like I'm weaseling my way into this. Me and the Timber Brass are going to be like we're basically. I'm a member of the team at this point.
You're part of the family now. I'm impressed.
Yeah,
not gonna lie, I'm not mad. I'm impressed.
Don't worry. I think I can pull some strings and we'll get you. We'll get you involved in something. Maybe let your kids go down there on the field before the game. I'll throw some scraps to the little people.
I accept those scraps with gracious humility.
So the Super Bowl coming up though.
Oh yeah, we do have one more football game. Huh?
We do have one more. We do have one more football game to go. Like I wanted to ask you though, before we actually get to the Super Bowl, like the Bo Nix thing. Have you seen the Bo Nix Sean Payton thing going on?
What?
Well, that Bo Nix, like Sean Payton came out after Bo Nix broke his ankle and basically said that Bo Nix has brittle ankles and has had a bunch of ankle surgeries and that it's inevitable that he was going to have this and that it's inevitable that he's going to have more. And then Bo Nix called his own press conference to say that Sean Payton didn't know what the hell he was talking about. That was like the most bizarre. And I just was wondering if you had ever seen or like as a quarterback had to come out and hold a press conference to refute what your head coach said about you after being a game away from the Super Bowl.
I didn't see that.
I can just picture you being like, that's dumb.
That's dumb.
That's dumb. I don't know. It was one of those weird things. Because you don't really talk to Bo. You're around Bo, but you guys aren't like in communication or anything, right?
I mean, I'll shoot him a message, once or twice, just to check in and, hey, just hope you're doing well and, thinking about you guys and nothing more than just kind of basic contact.
I was just wondering because you were around Sean Payton, and I've heard that Sean can be quite a. How would you describe Sean Payton?
Sean Payton, if you are the obsessed type of player that we were talking about before the commercial, he's going to be in your back pocket. Like, he is your guy. Yeah. If you don't really care, and the funny thing too is, like, when he knows that you're obsessed, he lets down his guard, right? And so the Sean Payton I saw was always in connection with Drew. Yeah. Right? And he and Drew, there's nobody who worked as hard as Drew in the entire NFL. Yeah. Nobody. Yeah. And so because he and Sean knew that, Sean was always relaxed and fun and funny. And so that's the side of him that I saw. And then you got out onto the practice field, or you heard stories about him with Parcells, and it's like, oh, like every once in a while that I don't know, what do you call it? It's not a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde thing, but there's an intensity.
There's a different personality.
Let's just call it that. Yeah, there's an intensity that comes out.
I just was wondering because I saw that, and I know you had a connection to both, and it just was weird. I've never seen a coach on seemingly their young franchise quarterback come out and be like, yeah, he's had ankle problems, always had ankle problems. He's going to have more of it. It just was such a weird thing to say. And then Bo Nix called his own press conference from his house and was like, Sean Payton shouldn't talk about me. He doesn't know what he's talking about. It was weird. It was just because it seemed like that's such a good buddy relationship. I just thought that I thought that was a strange. Oh, it was a weird.
I'll have to go back and check that out.
Yeah, it was a weird, strange.
But I probably won't.
Yeah,
I probably won't.
Yeah, I understand. But you mentioned. Let's
talk about the Super Bowl.
Well, you mentioned the Sam Darnold thing that you attempted later in your career to kind of do what Sam has done.
Yeah.
Can you talk about the challenges, like to what Sam Darnold went through? And being written off God knows how many times, and to now be here on the biggest stage, and not only on the biggest stage, but having played the game of his life, is there an appreciation for what that guy has gone through to get here because of you went down this same path, just minus the Super Bowl?
Let me tell you how much I respect and appreciate what Sam Darnold is doing. And you should know this, and anybody who has listened before should know this. I am rooting for the Seahawks because I appreciate what Sam Darnold.
I never thought you would do it. I never thought you would root for a Seattle team ever. That's why I was wondering, like, if this is a New England or if this is a Seattle thing.
How much I'm in awe of what he has been able to do and the way in which he's like because. What happens when you get drafted? You know, he was a third pick as well, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, he was top 3.
So you live in this world that is it is indescribable to somebody who hasn't. I mean, you can say, oh, media scrutiny. You can say the pressure. Like, you use all these adjectives to try and describe it, but what you can't describe is what it does to your insides. Like the things that you think about going to sleep and the first things you think about when you wake up in the morning. And then when and that's good and bad, right? That's like with the obsession that we talked about. And then when it doesn't go well, like how that gets internalized and how it gets, and you know, we've talked about this before. It's the self-doubt that then comes in, and you go somewhere else thinking, you know, people say, oh, he just needs a fresh start. Well, no, you need more than a fresh start, because a fresh start isn't going to wipe away all that stuff, all that doubt that has now crept in, the self-hatred and the, like, you can't do this anymore. You're an imposter. And all any of us are trying to do at this point is find a place where you can just clear your head and get connected with somebody who cares. Mm-hmm. And that was what I was really hoping to have in New Orleans with Sean Payton. Because I knew that, at first I went to Atlanta thinking there's no way I'm going to, what's the safest job in the NFL? It's Michael Vick's backup.
Yeah.
Great. I'm going to go be Michael Vick's backup. Oops, that didn't work.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the safest job in the NFL? Let's go be Drew Brees' backup.
Yeah.
Right? You just want a moment to catch your breath.
Yeah.
And that's what Sam was able to do in San Francisco.
Yep.
And there are so many people, and I'll say so many of us, like, quarterbacks who've been in that position where you say, God, I just want to get a moment just to reset. And then if you do get it, you can't always turn it around. Like there's it doesn't mean it's going to happen, but God, I'm so envious. I'm so appreciative. I'm so in awe of how he was able to not only take that time in San Francisco and have it translate into success in Minnesota, but then literally trip and fall in the two biggest games of the year with Minnesota, right? The only reason he's not with the Vikings is because he threw, four picks against the Lions in week 17 and then melted down in the playoffs. Like after all they won 15 games and they still said see ya because he failed. And then to still with all of that come back and do what he did in Seattle. Like it is so I can't think of another guy.
No.
I genuinely cannot think of another guy who is top 5, top 10 picks have failed in their first spot and had, success later on. But to go through the type of humiliation that he went through in New York, and then to get shipped off to Carolina into a dumpster fire of a situation there, and now find himself on the verge of winning a Super Bowl.
It's awesome.
Hell yeah. Like David Carr and I are just standing there with our jaws on the floor. Like, how did you do that?
So I was wondering, you in Seattle, it does not mix. That is oil and water, and it does not mix. And I was wondering if this was a good enough story, because I think it's one of the best stories I've ever heard in the NFL. I was wondering if it was good enough with that connection for you to say go Seahawks.
No, I'm not saying go Seahawks. I'm saying go Darnold.
Go Darnold.
And because he happens to play for the team that is north of us,
I see.
That in order for him to win, I need to root for that team or for that situation to happen, and by proxy, then the team wins.
So this will be a one and done, and then you can move on past this. If he wins
then I'll go back to the neighborhood, tearing down all the 12 flags in the neighborhood again. Yeah.
All right, I can live with that. We'll enjoy your football-free weekend. Enjoy some footy on the TV. And hopefully you don't have any kids soccer games to attend in the rain, anything like that.
Oh yeah, we definitely do. Of course, there's never a weekend without soccer games.
Yeah, it's never. That's the
never.
Being a dad. Well, hopefully the hair stays on point then in the rain, and we will catch up with you next week, and we'll actually talk maybe some stuff about the actual game, because we'll be 48 hours away from the Super Bowl next week.
Can't wait.
Catch up with you next week, my friend.
See you, buddy.
There it is. Joey Harrington. His appearance every week brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here. The Club coming up next. 105.1 The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
This update brought to you by Big's Chicken. Try their smoked and fried wings tossed with the perfect dry rub and served with a trio of killer sauces. Menus at bigchicken.com. First on the Fan, Giants co-owner Steve Tisch was connected today to Jeffrey Epstein and the Epstein files. Tisch received scouting reports on women from Epstein, and the two men discussed women through numerous emails. No updated statement by the NFL or the New York Giants on this matter. Seattle Seahawks are going to go up for sale after the Super Bowl game. According to sources, sale discussions have taken place at ownership and league levels for at least the past week. Sportigo values the Seahawks at $6.5 billion, which is 14th highest in the league, but one team exec told ESPN that he thinks the Seahawks could fetch $7 to $8 billion. Patriots quarterback Drake May missed practice today with an illness. Coach Mike Vrabel told reporters, but May also was limited in practice on Thursday as he dealt with a right shoulder injury. Vrabel says there's no concern that May will miss the Super Bowl or be hindered in any way. Seahawks 4.5-point favorites over the Patriots. Former Charlotte Hornet and UCLA standout Amari Bailey is attempting to become the first player to return back to college basketball after actually appearing in NBA games. Bailey left UCLA after one season. He then went on to play 10 games for the Charlotte Hornets over the past 2 years. Bailey has hired an attorney and will attempt to go back to college and get eligibility. For more sports scores and stories in 30 minutes, I'm Stephen Vaughn from the George McCoy Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Hoo-wee.
And break. Although, believe it or not, 14 minutes is not that bad for a Friday club. We're within the, we're within the allowable margin for error, if you will.
Is there anything worse than being famous for being the Hawk Tua girl? Like, if that's your daughter, that's not great. Even if you'd say, okay, well, she has a sense of humor, she's being funny. You have to then stretch the Hawk Tua moment into like 15 minutes of fame about. It's just not.
Well, it's like the OnlyFans thing. Like, I think we were talking earlier about the whole Epstein thing and how nothing seems to matter anymore.
Yeah.
Like, you can just get caught being a sex trafficker with Jeffrey Epstein, and everyone's like, okay. It's the same thing with like shame. Like, fame has become fame and money. The end justifies the mean. Every single time.
Yeah, shame in our society doesn't exist.
It
You can
doesn't
always
exist.
find a niche that will invest in you regardless of how gross your behavior.
This is what I say. And look, I'm not here to shame. Well, I'll shame the Epstein people. F you all. And it's pathetic that that has become something that we don't give an F about. But to the OnlyFans girls, what is it? Was it Sophie Rain? Is that the? She posted. I think her name was Sophie Rain. I apologize if that's wrong.
It's Sophie Rain or Sophia Rain that's like the made the most money.
Yes. I saw a thing that came across my timeline. She showed her phone, like, that had her OnlyFans account. It was $100 million. Like, she has made She was like, I don't lie, and she went on there and she refreshed or whatever, and she let people see.
I cannot imagine paying for OnlyFans.
No.
I can't imagine that. You can't find what you're looking for free somewhere on the internet. You need to pay for a specific. I mean, what are we doing?
She made $100 million, and so who am I to say what you should or shouldn't do for $100 million? That's not, if you want, if that's what you want, by all means, go for it. But the idea that she is shamed about that ship is gone. I honestly think it was the Hilton Kardashian thing. Paris Hilton had a sex tape that I think was legitimately leaked. Pamela Anderson had a tape that was legitimately leaked, right? Those were private moments that got put out on the internet, and people made a bunch of money off of it. And Kim Kardashian and her mom said, well, I mean, they
let's make her a star.
Let's make her a star. And they took someone who was not famous in any shape or form other than her dad was connected to O.J. Simpson and was Paris Hilton's friend, and they took like a D-list rapper who the only reason he was famous is his sister was famous.
Kim Kardashian was Paris Hilton's assistant.
Yes.
That was what she was famous for.
And Ray J, and by the way, we have a Ray J. I want to talk about Ray J because I've meaning to get to this.
We can talk about Ray J.
We can talk about Ray J.
I know quite a bit about Ray J.
Ray J was he was Brandy's sister, right? They got together.
I think he was Brandy's brother.
Brandy, yeah, Brandy's brother. That's right. Brandy was his.
Just to correct the
Brandy
record.
was his sister.
Are you sure about that?
Sure about that. They filmed a sex tape. The mom sold the rights to it. The mom literally put out a porno involving her daughter.
Her own daughter.
That was all. And it's that this isn't speculation. They did it.
There are documents, although we've learned today that documents don't really matter.
And they have now made $1 billion. That is a family that is worth over $1 billion.
Yeah.
When that happened, any sort of shame in that or child welfare, that stuff's gone.
Yep.
And it ain't coming back. From the Cash Me Outside girl to Little Tay to Sophie Rain to baby girl, like all that stuff is just doesn't matter anymore. If you can become famous or you can become rich, and preferably if you can become rich and famous, the Hawk Tuah thing, it doesn't matter anymore. There is no more.
It's just really sad.
It is, but that's what that's what we do, dude. OnlyFans is worth now. It's $1 billion industry, and that ain't coming back. And now I don't know how that'll age. Maybe these girls as they get older will feel bad about it or shame or whatever. But they're also going to be sitting on a ton of money. Now, the weird one is if you do it, you put it all out there, and you don't make any money. You're just,
And by the way, that is most women.
Oh, by far.
And men who are on I don't know if men sign up for OnlyFans, to be honest with you.
No.
But
sure.
Anybody who signs up for OnlyFans, that is mostly what happens.
But this trend of whatever this is, this I guess internet celebrity, this is real, and it's not going anywhere. We talked about the other day about filming everything, and there is nothing anymore that is off limits. People will film anything and everything. I mean, people take hospital selfies, and this is right when we come back. I know we got a break.
Not all women are sluts.
Ray J, who I didn't know was still a thing, but apparently he is.
Yes.
Ray J is now apparently posting his death.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, we'll talk about this when we come back. And I've got snake news. And what happens during live TV if someone dies? Speaking of will film anything, the club here on The Fan.
Now, here's a quick
You text the program 503-864-6326. Someone said the girls doing OnlyFans at least are not being used and exploited by some producer. They get the majority of their earnings. Absolutely.
It's true.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm not here to judge anyone. If that's what you want to do, I mean, like you said, at least it's not some sleazy porn guy. You control it. You get to decide what you do, and you get the money. But that stuff stays on there forever, and I'll be interested to see in years to come as women age out of this, if this is something that becomes a regret. Is there a bubble to this, or is this just something that becomes, again, our new societal norm? But I got a buddy of mine that's single, and he's in his 30s, and he swears that if you meet a very attractive girl in her 20s, there is a better than average chance that she is on some form of either OnlyFans or a sugar, like seeking arrangements sort of thing.
I have known people in my life who are in my friend circle on the girl side who were sugar babies-ish thing, whatever, in Portland that did that. And it's way more common than people realize.
Yes.
It's way more common.
Well,
if you meet a 9 or a 10 out in public, I would safely say that there's a 30 to 50% chance that she's on one of those two sites.
Can you grab yours? Is it long enough to really?
If they're single.
Someone did, I forget what it was. We talked about it once. Someone did, and again, none of this is scientific, right? So take this for what it's worth. But someone did a rough estimate of they found some study about who do we find attractive? Mm-hmm. Like what percentage of the population is universally attractive?
Right.
So this is all very subjective.
9s or 10s, essentially.
Yes. Right? So beauty in the eye of the beholder, but when most people think of what is an attractive woman, there's a handful where you look at it, and the vast majority of people are going to say that is what is deemed attractive. So they said it's whatever it is. Let's say it was 20% of the population, right, that is deemed kind of attractive by the majority of folks. And then you do age related. You take 18 to 26, which is the vast majority of OnlyFans. Mm-hmm. And they kind of started chopping it down. And there are some estimates that think that from that age range, 18 to 26 or 18 to 30, whatever. Of the hots. I think the number was something along the lines of 30-something percent.
That's what I said.
Yes. Is doing some form of OnlyFans. And people are like it's a shocking number, but at the same time, when you see the amount of money that's being made, and again, we've kind of eliminated the shame and the stigma from it, supposedly, that more and more people are dabbling in this because, again, you go on Instagram, you see people and they're on boats and they live this great life and everything's so great. No one ever talks about any of the downside of it. So I said maybe there's a pendulum that eventually swings back the other way, but it does feel like right now in society, that is not really a thing that is being looked down upon. In fact, it's the exact opposite. More and more dudes are pumping money in it. I mean, it's $1 billion industry.
We had a family friend who was just turned 18, and she teased her OnlyFans page on her Facebook page. And it was all family and friends. Her parents did get her to take it down, and it was weird. I did not check out the link. It was just, there's no shame to it. It just doesn't matter. I can't imagine in the 90s, there's no Facebook.
Yeah.
But imagine somebody being hey, I'm stripping tonight at this club at a family get-together, which is essentially what you're doing if you put your link on Facebook. It's insane.
OnlyFans in gross transaction volume did $7.2 billion last year. I mean,
that's a lot.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
OnlyFans could buy the Seahawks.
Close. In 1 year, it could buy the Seahawks.
OnlyFans Arena? Or stadium, I guess. OF Stadium.
The cheerleaders dress a little differently at OnlyFans Stadium.
What was
not the worst strategy?
What was that the NFL rejected? Was it Ashley Madison back in the day? The NFL rejected those ads. By the way, that's a pretty good documentary. Netflix. Check out the Ashley Madison doc. It's pretty interesting. You're ooh.
That was the married site where
their slogan was "Life
data.
is short, have an affair," and then someone hacked it, and all that.
At least all the emails and stuff of all the dudes that signed them.
It's whoops.
Wasn't it just all dudes too? It was no.
It started out as male and female, and then I think eventually it turned into anything else. It just turned into a bunch of dudes,
just horny dudes.
Yeah. Well, you think about it, how many girls are on OnlyFans? For every girl that's on OnlyFans, how many horny dudes are pumping that into it? And that's the truth. what's an OnlyFans? Like 10, 15, 20 bucks a month? I don't know what the...
I have no idea.
Well,
I
what
think
was,
it's a total. Isn't it a complete range depending on the person?
I
What
would
was
assume-
that
you charge
Farrah
whatever you
Abraham?
want?
What was she charging? She was charging like $10.
$10 or something.
$10.
But if you get 1,000 people to give, you said 1,000 people across the globe to give you $10 a month, what else is Farrah Abraham gonna do? I mean, my gosh, I think she's got like 7 brain cells, but she's smart enough to know that's the only way she can make money.
She's running for mayor federally at the local level with the rest of all the mayors federally, but it's not local. And eventually she wants to run for a county seat locally, but right now it's the federal national mayoral election
So they said
in 2 years.
Yeah, the people were like, you realize that that's not happening for 2 years? He's like, what? Huh? Go to my OnlyFans. Yeah, this is true. Some gal, I'd never heard of her before, but she was a influencer, and I guess she started a countdown to her 18th birthday. Speaking of the Epstein thing, apparently no one seems to give a crap. This girl started a countdown to her 18th birthday. She turned 18. She made $3 million on her first day of OnlyFans, which meant $3 million worth of dudes were waiting, quote,
Getting in line
for her to 18. Something tells me that if she was 16 and started the OnlyFans, she would have made more than $3 million. That's how creepy this stuff is. But again, obviously dudes are fine with it because they're like, well, 18, I'm not a pervert anymore. Here's my $10. That's the nature of where we're at. We've crossed that societal line, and I don't know where it goes. I don't know what the next thing is, but it certainly feels like right now it's having a moment. And speaking of having a moment and having zero shame whatsoever, I do want to get to this Ray J thing because he may have been the one that started this whole thing. And that guy seems like an absolute pathetic loser to me, but he's also a pathetic loser that to a lot of guys probably is a hero because he does nothing. He has no talent, and yet he's made millions and millions of dollars. And now he's so shameful that apparently he's filming his own death. And he's made a video about it. And I find it to be the strangest video, and I'm also not certain that I believe any of it. So the death, or kind of death, of Ray J. When we come back, here's Steven with an update.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
This update brought to you by Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse and Butcher Shop. A great spot for any occasion, and don't forget you save 10% on your Butcher Shop order when you dine in. Menus and more at laurelhurstmarket.com. First on the Fan, Giants co-owner Steve Tisch was connected to Jeffrey Epstein and the Epstein files today. Tisch received scouting reports on women for Epstein, and the two men discussed women through numerous emails. No statement made by the NFL or the Giants on the matter so far. Seattle Seahawks are going to go up for sale after the Super Bowl, according to sources. Sale discussions have taken place at ownership and league levels for at least the past week. Sportico values the Seahawks at $6.59 billion, the 14th highest in the league. The one team exec told ESPN that the Seahawks could fetch $7 billion to $8 billion. Now, the Paul Allen estate has said the Seahawks are not for sale, but a lot of sources are saying that the Seahawks are, in fact, for sale. Patriots quarterback Drake May, he missed practice today with an illness, and that comes off of yesterday when he was limited in practice with a right shoulder injury, but Mike Vrabel has no concerns about Drake May going into the Super Bowl. Seattle Seahawks 4.5-point favorites. Former Charlotte Hornet and UCLA wing Amari Bailey is going to attempt to become the first player to return to college basketball after appearing in actual NBA games. Bailey left UCLA after one season and then played 10 games for the Hornets the past 2 seasons. Bailey has hired an attorney and will attempt to get eligibility back on the college level. For more sports scores and stories in 30 minutes, I'm Stephen Vaughn from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your home for Seahawks football. have you from here.
We were talking about kind of somehow we stumbled upon OnlyFans and the lack of shame that anyone has. And it is true that shame is not something that exists anymore. Not in the political landscape, certainly not in the celebrity landscape. And I do feel like Ray J and Kim Kardashian were at the forefront of this. They're kind of geniuses at this. And Ray J, like Kim Kardashian has gone on to make $1 billion doing God knows what. Ray J, I don't know what he does other than just be Ray J. But the other day, I saw this come across my timeline. Apparently, Ray J claims he's dying, and apparently now he's filming his death. But don't worry, he's going to Haiti. Voodoo is gonna say this is a clip. Like this was the number one thing trending the other day on Twitter. This was, with everything going on, this was the number one thing trending was Ray J from his kitchen.
27 is definitely a wrap for me.
No, don't say that, brother. Don't say that.
That's what the doctor
No,
said.
the doctor. No,
All right,
don't say
fuck
that. Because when you say that, you're confirming what the
No,
doctor
that's
said.
what they said. I don't
No.
But
Fuck what they said, brother. You're
guess
going to live
what?
long.
Guess what?
You're going to live long to see your children grow up.
It's like black. It's like done.
His heart's black.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well,
He's bringing me coconut water. Coconut. Y'all gotta go to Haiti and do some voodoo.
Haiti, yeah.
Which I think I'm going to Haiti, because I think Haiti and my Haitian, they got the cure.
Oh, yes.
So I'm going to Haiti in 2 weeks. And I'm gonna stream it. I'm gonna do everything. But
I'm going to stream it.
This is where we're at.
I'm going to do everything. I'm going to coconut water, stream it, do everything to try to live.
So this turd is on there saying that his doctors have told him that he has months to live. 2027. By the way, he sounds great. He looks great. But he's dying because his heart is turned black. But don't worry, they got him drinking coconut water. And he's going to go to Haiti. Because if there's anything I know about Haiti, they have the cure for heart disease, Ray J. That's what I'm saying. There is no more shame.
And he's an absolute, for a decade plus, he's been an absolute grifter. That's all he is.
That's all he is.
He's a celebrity grifter.
Yes.
And
they
it's
all are.
amazing. It's amazing.
He makes millions of dollars.
That we don't finally tell some of these people to go away. I think some of the streamers are awful. Some of the streamers that are out there that make mega bucks.
Yes. Horrible individuals.
You watch their stuff and it's like, how do people pay for this, watch this? How do you monetize this? It's disgusting.
It is the weirdest thing in that whether it's the Paul brothers or Ray J or you are raising a generation that is going to look up to these people because there's no real discernible talent. Although this is where I give them credit, right? If everyone is doing this and a handful of them rise above it and they make a lot of money, they have something. You can say that Ray J or the Kardashians or whoever, I Show Speed or whatever that guy's name is, or the Paul brothers, you can say they have no talent, but they do. They have something. They figured something out, right? Because they get people, you know what their talent is? To make money.
There are some, though, that are literally just extreme left-wing grifters or extreme right-wing.
But they still have tapped in.
That part's bad.
Well,
I mean, that's not good.
I agree, but Candace Owens, for whatever you think of her, because she's badass crazy, she's better crazy than everyone else because she has a giant platform. It's become a thing. So I do give them credit for rising above the other noise. But you're raising a generation of people that, again, the ends justify the means. As long as you become famous and as long as you make money, nothing else matters. And I don't know how to tell kids or show the generation that is not a good way to go about doing things.
Well, that's the thing is, my kids, they have their favorite YouTube stars.
Yes.
And they are legitimate stars now that
Yes.
get millions of followers, millions of views, and they're making tons of money on YouTube. Where back in my day, it was like we're watching athletes and we're watching them, and they're the guys that we're looking up to. But now it's Nick DiGiovanni as a chef.
And it's more accessible than ever
Right.
because unlike the NBA where, Steven, you were a basketball player, but you're not 6'9".
Right.
But to be a YouTube star, I can watch some
I
more.
just need my phone.
Yeah.
I need my phone and open it up.
Yes.
My littlest kid, he wants to be a YouTube cook guy, a chef. So he's already has a YouTube and he's cooking on there and he's trying to, he wants to be a guy like that on YouTube.
Yeah. And by the way, that's actually,
it's actually a skill.
That's a skill. That's kind
a
of
good
that's
thing.
kind of fun. It's a weird thing though when you're like, I just want to show my hooch. It's
Right. A little different.
I think Sydney
skill.
Sweeney is the absolute bottom barrel line of talent to just literally like a grifter.
She just started her own.
Well,
lingerie, started her own lingerie
She's
line.
a terrible actress, and now she's just completely leaned into anything I do has to do with my boobs.
Yeah.
And
She sells her bath water. She sells her soap.
It's great.
so she's the least talented of the people you'd say, well, she has a talent. She's an actress. And then from that point on, everybody below that is just kind of a weird streamer level.
Right.
I just have a hard time being like, if the idea is to get a job, right, and to support yourself, again, who am I to tell someone from a morality standpoint what they should or shouldn't do to make money? I just think it's a weird. I did not think we would get here so fast, and it feels like it's with the amount of technology and where we're going and the rise of social media. I don't see where that unwinds.
It's probably not going to get better. It's going to get worse. We're going to get more and more things that we don't necessarily want to see, but everyone's like, "Oh, we're going to live stream, my pregnancy here."
Well, like I was watching that Alex Honnold, the free solo guy.
Yeah.
I ended up watching a little bit of that, the climb up the
Netflix.
The Netflix.
That grabbed some people. There were people who absolutely loved that and were fascinated by it.
I ended up watching it, and I saw the free solo one. The free solo one where he climbed El Capitan is way better.
The documentary?
Yeah.
Or was that also a live stream?
No, that was the documentary.
I've seen the documentary.
That was and that was like legitimate. He could fall and die. It sounds like this one here with the building, like that was not dangerous. Like it was very easy for him. If you watch the El Capitan, I thought climbing the building would have been harder, but when I actually went back and watched it, he was like laughing. And the El Capitan one is like, oh my God, he could fall at any moment. But I was reading a thing today, and the lady who was they had like some WWE guy, was like Seth Rollins, I think, and then Ellie Duncan, and she was on there and saying that right before she went on air, they handed her a note what to say in case he died. And she was like, what? Like literally they were going 5 minutes before they went on there. She said, someone slides you a card, what you're going to say if a person falls off the building and dies.
Them's the breaks, all for showbiz.
Yeah. She said that was not an experience I'd ever had before. But she said she had a card on her lap that was like, we've experienced a fall and we're going to go off the air now and we'll update you as soon as we can on Alex's condition. They were going to cut away. We were on a delay. They were going to cut away to something like a very wide shot so that they wouldn't watch him fall. And then she was going to pop up on camera and she was going to make the statement we were going to get off the air. So like even something like that they're filming, how many of those people were watching that live because it was a big hit? How many of those people were watching to see him climb the building? How many people were watching to see him fall? And had he fallen, it would have been a bigger thing.
Would have been the biggest video of 2026.
We are going down that road of like all those dystopian weird like Running Man movies and all that. All the worst parts of humanity that they showed in all those future like kind of movies, like this is where society goes.
Here we are.
We're getting there. We are on a fast track. But again, if you say anything about it, you're just an old man yelling in the clouds. So I'm not judging anyone. Dude, you go do you. It's fascinating to see how quickly we've gotten there. When we come back, we'll put a bow on this and rest in peace to what I think is a truly, truly great actress that we lost today. Club here on The Fan.
The new home here.
All right, we're winding down here on a Friday. Monday, we're back. We're not certain. Are we doing some West Coast, or do you actually have a real job that you have to
I
go to?
will know
at
about
this.
next week, probably tomorrow or Sunday. I have to check with the sitter to make sure she can take Jordan multiple days.
He's got a real job, but don't worry. Come Monday, Steven will be here. I will be here. Roppenheimer? No.
Someone will be here.
Someone will be here. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, no Roppenheimer. Thursday, Friday, that's where we're like, what? We'll see. We'll see where we're at.
Doubtful Thursday, questionable
Yes.
Friday.
Doubtful Thursday. That's good. That's the official Vegas report.
Although that's a slippery doubtful.
It could get downgraded.
He's
to doubtful.
flying
flying in.
Thursday, and he's going to come straight here from vacation.
That's an
Yes.
out.
Yes.
That's an out.
Well, look,
That's a likely out.
That's why we. Well, there's no likely out. It's doubtful. It's
This
doubtful.
is like Kawhi Leonard on a back-to-back on the road.
And then we'll see.
That level-
Friday could very well get downgraded.
that
to
level of
doubtful
doubtful.
very easily.
Yes, that is.
That is
I think
true.
that's a fair statement.
He might be getting to the point where he's miffed about you joking about it, to the point that he doesn't come in Thursday and he does come in Friday.
Yeah, I'm
Just-
starting to think he texted you and said, "Hey, Suk, just put this in everyone's brain. I'm just not going to be here."
What if he's paying for the trip, hoping that it gets on that? Is it Kelsey? Now I don't remember, Kelsey or whatever it was,
Oh, yeah,
the
yeah.
betting site. He can move the market. Like, I'm not going to come in, and then he just hammers the Rop will be here Thursday
Manipulation.
and puts like $5,000 on it. It's like,
No,
yes.
it's kind of a beautiful thing when you
That's-
think about it.
Pretty genius.
If someone was literally betting on you, dude, how easy would that be to fudge that stuff?
Yeah, it's boxing and MMA
Well,
and
it's like-
sports gambling. Yeah.
If you're like one of the Congress members, I love how they all get caught doing insider. Of course you're going to inside trade. If you're on some military defense committee and you know that someone's about to get like $1 billion contract and you're sitting there and your stock guy's like, "Hey, want to buy some of this Halliburton?" You're like, "No, I know too much and it would be too easy to." Fine. Like, you can't help yourself.
Whatever you do, don't buy abouttoquadruple.com.
Yeah, here's a bonus for you, dude. Thanks for all the hard work this year.
Well, look, if someone was betting on whether or not I was going to eat Chinese or whether I was going to eat sub sandwiches tonight, and that was like a big bet, and I'm like, well, I'm the one that's controlling whether I eat Kung Pao or whether I get a Philly cheesesteak, and someone's like, "Hey, Suk, you want to make 10 grand?" I'm like, "Yeah." "Yeah, just bet on whichever one you want, and then you go get it." I'll be like, "Okay, yeah, I'm betting on it," or at least I'm telling my buddy, "Hey, bet on cheesesteak." You know, I mean, that's human nature. There's no way you cannot do that. Now, granted, it's underhanded and shady. I'm looking at you, Nancy Pelosi, but you know, I can't. You're telling me that how long has that old bag been in Congress? Like 1,000 years? I think she might have been in the first Continental Congress. It's like 800 years old.
Yeah, my mom didn't know about that whole thing.
No,
With the Nancy Pelosi, their websites,
she's like the greatest trader of all time.
you can follow what she invests in
Yes.
in close to real time, not
Yes.
exactly real time, and that she's up 800 or 900%
Yeah.
since 2014.
Look, I'll tell you right now, my corrupt ass, if you put me in any position of power, mayor, governor, congressman, guess what? I'm on the grift, people. I know myself. There's no way that I wouldn't be on the take.
Well, you're just like everyone else then.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not any different. We're used to this.
It's also the reason why I shouldn't be a cop. If I was a cop, you could 100% get out of that ticket. I'm wearing a Portland police hat right now. I'd be the worst cop ever. I pull someone over like doing. Sha'Carri Richardson got pulled over, the Olympic gal, 104 miles an hour, and they took her to jail. You ain't going to jail with me.
Come on, Jason.
104.
I
she'd
just
be like,
messed up.
Yeah,
I didn't mean to.
Yeah, we did. I'd be
Here's
more
a
like
20.
I'd be more like a Mexican police officer. We can deal with that here. Like,
How much cash you got?
Yeah, what are we talking about here? Hey, we make this go. Wait, you got some?
You mean a police officer from Mexico?
Yeah.
Okay.
What did you think?
You just said I'd be a Mexican police officer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a Mexican police
Well,
officer.
I didn't know if you
From-
meant.
Oh, okay. I mean, I guess.
I was like,
guess
what does
they
that
could-
even mean?
Because they could be in Oregon, I guess. I get it. I got you.
I
now.
thought you meant like.
I've been to Mexico so many times. Trust me,
like,
I've
wow,
had plenty of violations in Mexico. They've all been dealt with right on the street, every single time. Dude, like, I bring a 50 with me whenever I'm traveling around in Mexico for that very thing.
Does that get it done?
You will, depending on where you're at, you will get asked for more, which is why, like I said, I'm a believer of just the 50 is enough to where they will begrudgingly take it and then tell you to get the hell out of there.
Okay.
Anything less than that, you're going to have a problem.
You
And
got
if
your
you
Floyd
say-
Mayweather guy carrying around your 50 with you for when
Yes.
you get arrested.
And if you say,
if
I
you
have
say-
50, but I also have this extra 150, then that's how much it costs.
Your ticket costs
Yeah.
$150.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's not that because almost every time I've gotten pulled over, I deserve it. It's like, I'm like, oh yeah, speeding. Yeah, I got once doing an illegal U-turn. I'm like, dude, got me dead to rights. And yeah, it's kind of scary the first time, but after a while, you're like, whatever. Like here, you get a ticket, you have to go to the little court thing. You end up paying the ticket anyways. There, you just take care of it on the side. And that's what I've kind of learned. $50 to $100 is the sweet spot. And if you're in like an area where you're a little more like, bring $100. $50 to $100 bill, and it'll take care of it. Broken Spanish and $100 bill, you'll get out of whatever you need. And that's about the cost of a speeding ticket anyway, so it's fine.
It's a wash.
It's a wash. I do want to get to it, though, because we're about ready to sign off. But the legendary, absolutely legendary, and to me, one of the funniest women on the planet, Catherine O'Hara of Schitt's Creek fame, Beetlejuice, Home Alone. Unfortunately, she passed away at the age of 71. She is greatness. Maybe my favorite thing she ever did was Best in Show.
So good.
I love those Christopher Guest movies, and she is amazing. Her and Eugene Levy
Perfect
are always
together.
in that together. It is a perfect comedy duo. And again, they're in Schitt's Creek, and it's one of those comedy duos that just works each and every time.
Schitt's Creek is one of my top 2 or 3 favorite shows ever.
Yeah.
And Home Alone 2 are staples in our house of Christmas time.
Yeah.
Her relevance lasted so long as a comedic genius.
Yeah.
And she really got better. And I saw somebody wrote a comment that she actually got better every year. Like she was still peaking as a comedian because she just finished her biggest thing, Schitt's Creek. It's really, really unfortunate. One other thing, not to put a bow on that too quickly, but we have now all week previewed when we were just pre-show that we were going to talk about the fact that nobody's talking about the Super Bowl.
And we
went through the whole week and didn't talk about the Super Bowl, which shows your point is accurate.
Next week, come Monday, we'll talk about the Super Bowl. I promise. Unless something else happens. Then we may. But more than likely, we'll talk about it. So I will be here Monday. Steven will be here Monday. We'll see about this guy over here. Either way, 3 to 7, prime time. Join us each and every Monday through Friday. Thank you for listening. You guys have a wonderful, wonderful weekend.